Yeah.
Yeah, we were supposed to have RBN representation there, so unfortunately I couldn't make it. I recorded a speech. I'm not sure they're gonna play it. I don't know when they're gonna play it.
No, they are going to play it. Did you sent them the speech?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So they're
like it's not the same though, man, because it's different when you hear the roar of the crowd, man. They got a great showing. It would have been great to be there, but I definitely will be there for the next conference. One thing I love, especially listening to the three speeches, because I've been listening to the whole thing. I love how their worker strike back, Jill Stein, they don't shy away from going hard at Bernie Sanders. Because what Bernie Sanders is doing right now is extremely nefarious. He had a live stream today. It did really well. Like Bernie streams usually have done really poorly during the Biden administration, bro. But Trump is back, man. They're cooking. Like MSNBC, at least on the YouTube side. I don't know how like the cable ratings is going, but on the YouTube side, they're cooking. Like Resistance YouTube, Brian Taylor Cohen. And this is why I said the liberal class wanted Trump back, man. They are absolutely on fire. Like Bernie had like 10,000 people who watched his live stream. And I called it because the algorithm picked it up. And he was going through this whole economic populist bill that we never heard during the Biden administration. He completely abandoned Medicare for All. We had a Medicare for All march. I gave a speech in Kansas City. Once again, you guys know I love giving speeches. Anyone who asked if I can make it, I will give a speech. I gave a speech at the Kansas City Medicare for All march. Bernie Sanders couldn't even be bothered to tweet about it. But now he's doing this tour against Donald Trump where he's bringing up how, oh my God, it is so evil, how we have income inequality and we don't have – he bring up income inequality while he was gaslighting workers, pretending that the economy was great under Biden. So it's good that Kshama and Joe Stein calls him out because he's undergoing a massive sheepdog effort right now, which is why we need rallies like this to get the working class outside and post-duopoly, pun intended. That's where we want them to be at.
I think there's a lot of sorry, Kit, don't mean to cut you off, but the correct link apparently is workersstrikeback.org/donate. So yeah, please hit them up with donations. They're gonna need it. And you know, part of what makes me a believer in Kshama is she knows how to do things. First of all, this conference is running right on time, which is a rarity. And also they know they start big and then they go smaller with the donation. So workersstrikeback.org/donate. That's the link. Please hit them up if you can. Sorry, Kit, go ahead.
No, you mentioned about the Bernie Sanders live stream, and I look at that as people's addiction to trying to get the dopamine hits of, oh my goodness, the resistance is back. Folks, do not fall for it. We got Democrats doing cringe dancing. We have Democrats out there protesting and screaming out that we will fight, fight, fight. Where was all this action? Where is this passion? I don't see any of those people, including Bernie Sanders, holding any of these conversations that we're witnessing right here before our very eyes. Where was this anger? And this is one of the things that we're going to have to fight against. You know, not only do we have to worry about, like, you know, anything potential from the Trump administration, but of course now it's from the liberal Democrat side too, because people are going to want to hitch their wagons on the Bernie Sanders momentum. They're going to want to get excited for something that's going to rile them up for the 2026 midterm election cycle. And we have to fight against that narrative and this massive campaign to try and get people to be part of this resistance against Trump in order to sheepdog them into the Democrat Party. And, you know, I understand resisting Trump. I get it. But this is how people get neutered. This is how organizations lose their momentum. I mean, look at Me Too, Time's Up, Black Lives Matter, the Sunrise Movement. These organizations under the Biden-Harris administration became nothing but husks of what they once were. Same thing for Justice Democrats, brand new Congress, our revolution. We have to ensure that there is a complete separation and educate people about, you know, not falling for the Bernie Sanders trap. I mean, if he really cared about fighting, he would have followed through in 2016 and in turn in 2020, but he chose not to because he's always there for the Democrats and he never had that heart to carry on. But now, because Trump is in, we see him fighting back, and that is beyond sickening. And it means that all of us, including our audiences, have to work double time to educate and enlighten people about the real truth.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Nick, you spoke at a Worker Strike Back. This isn't their first, in-person gathering and meeting. You spoke at one. What was that? 2 years ago? When did you last fly out there? You were out there pretty recently, right?
Seattle for It was a while ago. What, year and a half ago?
Yeah,
2 years ago, around that time. I was out there. I was also in Chicago where I met Russell as well.
that's right.
These conferences are great because you get to actually be around like-minded people and very energizing and it very instead of just doom scrolling, you know what I mean, focusing. Right. It's good to actually put your energy to this kind of stuff. So, I wish I could have made this one though.
Yeah, no, I mean, so far so good. They have Omali making a speech via video, and we're actually going to have Omali on as an in-studio guest.
Chairman Omali?
What's that?
You said Chairman Omali?
Yeah. Nice. Omali Yeshitela. He's going to be doing it. Yeah, no, we were able to really get some people involved in this, which I think is great. I think people are really kind of starved for solutions now. And I think, this is a good place to start. But yeah, I mean, when you look at Bernie's stream, not only his stream, he had a good turnout in Nebraska. What was it last night? I saw Nick, you tweeted out a photo of that. Mm-hmm. He had like 3,000 people. Once Trump comes back in, they get energized. And I do think MAGA is overplaying their hand a bit. I think that some of these workers who are getting shafted now, whether it's farmers who aren't getting their contracts or like community health centers who are having to either shut down or cut back staff or close their online portals. I think there is starting to be some kind of pushback. What do you guys think?
It's going to take a while for that euphoria to break because obviously there was the hype from November 5th and the embarrassment and meltdowns that we saw from Democrats. I mean, it's going to happen, but it might take maybe a couple more months into this year for there to be a pushback because while Trump might be enjoying the relative high, I mean, we all know that honeymoons do eventually end. And the way the economy is still going, the way inflation is still impacting many Americans' wallets, it will come crashing down. And eventually people are going to be stopping laughing at Elon Musk's memes and everything else because you can't laugh at a meme on an empty stomach. Well, you can, but you'll be in pain too.
Well, MAGA already played their hand way too hard because what I reminded people was that 80 million people didn't vote for either Trump or Kamala, and then Trump only won 51% of the vote.
Right? Yeah.
Trump came in as the most unpopular president in modern history at the time that they was elected. So this MAGA mandate was already completely made up. We were going through the pendulum swings that we always go through. This is why I tell people not to buy the hype because we had the Obama massive liberal pendulum swing that happened. And I remember at the time, the thought of the Republican Party ever recovering again was like, that was baffling to think that they would ever recover. They were done. In 2008, the Republican Party was in the worst position I believe the Democratic Party was in right now. People loved Obama. Like, everyone was on it, bro. Like, it was the celebrity culture was on it. The right wing had zero coherent way to fight against it. And then Barack Obama came in, bailed out the banks, continued the wars, crushed multiple grassroots movement, fought against the Occupy movement, and then Democrats lost 1,000 seats during Obama's term. And I'm not saying that Democrats are going to recover like that. What I hope is that instead of those just swinging back to the other side, that we as an independent movement can pick up the people instead of just a pendulum swinging back and forth. So as the pendulum swing, we're here to grab the people before they get back on the other side. I think that's our best plan of action. We got Russ in the house. Man,
Russ,
Russ, how are you?
You got to unmute your microphone.
Okay, well, I mean, this is a sad day. The conference ran on time, so clearly the rumors that Kshama is a right-wing op are true.
Yeah, right, exactly. Yeah. Exactly.
Exposed in real time in 4K.
Exposed in real time by running exactly on time.
That's exactly what I said. I said the conference is running right on time. No, but like, seriously, I mentioned that too, and this is no joke. Part of why I'm a believer in Kshama because they have their shit together, like they organize, like they know how to do this.
All right, Keaton, I got to introduce somebody.
All right,
I got to introduce a very special, longtime viewer, Black Freud.
Oh, Black
Black
Freud.
Freud.
What's up, Black Freud?
How you doing, Black Freud?
Great to
Free
see you, man.
Palestine,
You live in L.A., don't you?
I'm in LA. We flew up last night with my sister from Florida.
Oh, that's amazing.
Fantastic.
That's
Organizing
amazing. God bless
people.
you. Thank you
Well
so
done,
much
well
for doing
done.
that.
My daughter's big in the unions and the schools in LA. She says, "Listen, Dad, tell me. I got hundreds of people want to sign up." Anyway, good to see you guys.
Good to
Oh,
see
no
you,
problem,
man.
no problem. Be
Yeah.
safe out there.
All right.
Thanks so
now.
much.
All right,
Appreciate it, man.
That's
Great
a
to see you.
great
Thank
thing
you,
about
man. I'm gonna catch up with
Right.
you. I need some psychoanalysis, man.
Maybe we can talk for all time.
Sorry, Nick. Go ahead.
No, I'll just say it's that's one of the great things about the events that I'm gonna miss is actually be in the community, be there with the community. It was great to meet Kit and Russ the first time in Chicago. And then I spent I was starving. I spent like 30, 40 minutes just talking to people afterwards. Hey, what's up? What's poppin'?
I gotta say a shout out to Kit. Kit had Green Party New Jersey candidates on last year. And was
No
supporting
problem.
the Green
Always-
Party movement.
Hey, no problem. Always happy to support third parties and independents. This is your time and chance to really build something and actually take momentum away from the Democrats. So I wish you guys all the best in New Jersey. Whatever happened there, all the best.
Whatever happened there.
There's always
Happened
something
there.
happening in New Jersey.
I'm
Yeah.
dropping Sopranos reference. I'm
Sopranos.
sorry.
Yeah.
Bada boom, bada bing.
Whatever happened there.
Green Party from New York. Yeah, New York.
Hey, how you doing? All right.
Awesome.
How you doing?
Awesome.
Ian?
Hey, thanks guys for making the
Long
trip
Beach,
out there.
New
It's
York, not
amazing.
Long Beach, New Jersey.
Oh
Awesome.
man, I did my civic duty. I tried a slice of pizza. Tasted like shit from a bowling alley. That's how it goes, man.
There you
That's how
go.
it goes.
We're gonna.
The
Yeah.
Alaska salmon was better.
Yeah. Well, yeah. That's the more to Seattle thing.
That's what they do, yeah. That's
Yeah.
what they do.
That's more to Seattle thing. So, Nick, you want to give people like a preview of your speech? What's your speech touch on?
My speech?
No, Nick. I know Nick's got the video. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure when they're gonna play it, but I'm
3:20. So
calling-
6:20. You're scheduled for 6:20 Eastern time. So 5:20 Central.
Why not? I pretty much want to touch on the fact that we need to build an anti-war movement, and we can't fall for the traps that many people in the United States left have taken by following liberal Democratic Party culture. And I
Right.
see it all the time where I see these. I wouldn't even call them fake
I am,
socialists.
unfortunately.
It's these people who have like these hammer and sickle. They
Right.
have hammer and sickle in their profile. They have socialists in their profile, but they are fighting Democratic Party culture wars.
Right.
That's not our interest. Our interest should be mobilizing the working class.
But
Even if
that's-
we have social disagreements with some workers, we're supposed to believe in the potential of the working class and organize among those lines. And I mean, many socialists in the United States have made the mistake, like where they are canceling people, for example, who disagree with them on abortion, ignoring the fact that there's many socialists, communists in the global South. In Brazil, they have a large evangelical black socialist population. These are the people who support Lula in Brazil, who are socialists. Who that's their lesser two evil vote was voting for Lula, and they have a more socially conservative ideology. And based on what the United States left believe, they will believe in canceling socialists and who live in the Middle East, who live in the global South. There are a lot of people in China who are extremely socially conservative. They will explain this on Red Note. Like there are a lot of people in China who has criticism of the United States transgender culture. So will you destroy international solidarity with them simply because they don't believe in liberal social justice issues? So that's what I think we need to focus. Not allow the ruling class to distract them with their games and focus on building an anti-Zionist, pro-working class movement, and we can't allow them to distract them. It was a pretty.
No, I think that's
okay,
great.
go
I
ahead.
mean, I think both you and Russ and myself are hitting on similar themes because I think we see the pitfalls in going down that road. So I think that's good. We'll have some representation. Go ahead, kid.
Yeah, but don't you guys think that also, I think viewers and people are able to read through like fake populists because we have seen them rise up in 2016, all these people who say they care about, workers or social justice or standing up against corruption. I think now like we people are at least maybe self-aware of the overall signs. Like you had your bread tubers, you have people like Hassan who do all this fake outrage or fake cancel culture. And I think like they're losing their momentum. I mean, even with the I wouldn't say downfall, but I think people waking up to Russell Brand and all of his BS.
Hey, man.
I think people are becoming
Russell
more
Brand is
educated
out,
and
the price
self-aware. I
of
mean,
eggs
it's
is
not
up.
to
That's
that
all I
momentum,
know.
but it's enough to really, maybe give us an advantage to be post-duopoly. I mean, that seems like a possibility. Or am I wrong here on this? I mean, I think people
No,
are
that
becoming
is
more
the
aware.
opportunity, absolutely. And as Russ just said, Russell Brand is out and the price of eggs are up.
Well,
You want to see if you can grab Hedges? Let's see if we can get Chris
Something else
Hedges.
I will add as we wait for Hedges is I want to make it clear that our messaging should not be about throwing fellow workers in front of the bus.
Okay.
There we go,
All
Chris
right,
Hedges. I'll take
folks,
that thought
we
later.
have
Let's
Chris
get to Chris.
Hedges here.
Hey there. Great speech as always.
Everybody should
Salutations.
donate. Everybody, I did. I signed up. I pay my monthly fee to work at Strike Back.
Yes, absolutely. Great speech as always.
Yeah,
Really good.
Thanks. Yeah,
Really
thanks
strong.
for covering it.
Keep doing the great work.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Now let me ask you, watching you, this great, rich speech that you gave, do you feel there's a next generation of intellectuals like you, like Norm, like Noam Chomsky, to take up that mantle? Because hearing this soaring rhetoric, this very textured speech, it occurs to me, who is there coming up
I mean,
that can continue that
yeah, I'm
tradition?
sure there is, but you're talking about a generation, my generation, that's rooted in print.
Right.
So this generation is not necessarily rooted in print. Like my orientation is clearly like Noam, like Cornel West, like Alex Coburn at Counterpunch. We're print based.
Right.
I mean, we're grounded in literature and philosophy, but it's all out of books. So that's what I worry about. Not that they're not there or that they're not brilliant or that, but I do think it's important for an intellectual to be grounded, to read. Yeah.
You guys have anything for Chris?
I will 100% agree.
Yeah, did any of you guys have any questions for Chris Hedges?
Well, actually, I have a question. So, in 2016, I actually had the opportunity of interviewing you a long time ago before Hardlands Media came into existence, and you called out the intellectual dishonesty of the Bernie Sanders campaign and how it screwed people over. What is it going to take for people to really wake up to the fact that the Democrats and anyone that they put before them are just trying to sheepdog into the same mess over and over again? Because that still seems to be a problem. They are trying to rely on Bernie as being this end-all, be-all hope that somehow there's going to be resistance and change in the Democrats. How do we break that narrative?
I think it's already broken. Remember that as soon as Bernie started campaigning for Hillary Clinton, nobody showed up to his rallies. His political revolution, the culmination of his political revolution was electing Hillary Clinton to the White House, or attempting to. So I think that really exposed him for who he is, and I don't think people are buying it. It's why so many people didn't vote. I think yeah, you're right that's an old tactic if they're trying again, but it has diminishing returns. I don't think it's working.
You talked about, and this is something I mentioned with Kshama when we had her on. This administration, you really get a meaningful labor movement together, you're going to see what you haven't seen in 100 years.
Yeah.
Do you feel a movement can hold up to that?
I mean, we have to look back at
you're looking at head cracking, prison.
I mean, we have it in our DNA. We did it. The Wobblies, I mean, look at the eve of World War I. The ruling capitalist class was terrified, and they used the war. Wilson used the war to really shut down these radical movements, mass deportations, outlawing unions, shutting down radical publications like Appeal to Reason, the masses. It's in our DNA. We got to recover it. But I mean, that's why I raised it in my speech. I mean, the capitalist class will use everything they used before and more. It'll be really ugly. I mean, when they feel threatened, they will, pull every level they have, militarized police, vigilantes, goons, censorship, and all we have to do is look back at the labor wars of the late 19th century and the early 20th century. And that's how they act. But our biggest failure was divorcing radicals, socialists, from labor. That was the biggest failure because you went to Southern West Virginia, and the hero was Mother Jones, and now the hero's Trump, and we got to stop telling people how to speak. I don't support, obviously, I support inclusivity and all that. But once you're trying to unionize an Amazon, you're just going to have to work with people who voted for Trump. I mean,
Exactly.
but they will learn, and as soon as Amazon reacts, that's a big wake-up call. It's educational in and of itself because they begin to realize where power lies, and who's responsible for their immiseration. That is Jeff Bezos and the billionaire class, not undocumented Mexicans. That form of resistance is not only a form of empowerment, but a form of understanding.
Chris, in a recent poll, it showed that the majority of people who did not vote for Kamala Harris, who voted for Joe Biden, did so because Gaza was their number one concern. And now I'm seeing, and I'm shocked to be honest to see this, I see people from the right, like Candace Owens and a few other MAGA people who are wrong on a lot of issues. But I'm seeing people in the Republican Party criticize Trump because of his position on Gaza. So my question is, do you see anti-Zionism as being a path to organize a resistance against the ruling class? And do you see the same change in public sentiment?
Yeah, because in the global South, first of all, that's a longer discussion, but the whole sacralization of Jewish victimhood in the Holocaust doesn't play in the global South because they all suffered their own Holocausts. And of course,
Yes.
Black and brown Americans, like as Langston Hughes pointed out, they suffered their own Holocausts. And the global South is fully aware that not only, of course, is there a breakdown in humanitarian law or rules-based order. It was always broken down, Iraq, Afghanistan, Vietnam. But you saw the United States and Western European nations actively obstructing an attempt by most of the rest of the world to impose the rule of law, to reinstate the rule of law. And I think we're not going back from that. I think the genocide in Gaza has not only ripped the face off of the Zionist state, but ripped the face off the global North. And these people will build climate fortresses, use industrial weapons. The message to the rest of the world is we have everything, and if you try and take it away from us, we'll kill you. And they get it. We're pariahs. And not to mention the fact that the empire is declining. Yeah, of course, Zionism is racism. Apartheid is wrong. And settler colonialism is wrong. And the United States, Germany, other Western European countries have embraced that old settler colonial project because that's who they are. That's where they come from. That's why the far right likes Israel, because it's a white settler colonial project. And you can't discount, and everything that Israel does to Palestinians is what they want to do to black and brown people. Israel is the model. That's why they like it. The irony is that they're anti-Semites, but right. Israel doesn't care. Orban, all the Jeff what's his name, Hagee, they're all. Right. But
I have it on good authority, Chris. They're all autistic. That's why they keep.
Yeah.
Every time they get in front of a crass deep baton, they're all autistic.
All right, well, Nick and Kit, I got to let you guys go because I have another guest coming in. Okay. But thank you guys so much for joining. Appreciate it. Heartlands Media. Check out Heartlands Media and Revolutionary Blackout Network. We got a post-duopoly coming up soon, don't we, guys? Sometime soon?
Yeah, it's going to be another banger, man. I'm looking forward to it.
Beautiful.
Thank you, everyone, for your support. All the best, people.
Appreciate you guys. Thank you. All right, Kit Cabello. And Nick Cruse, thanks so much for joining. We got another guest.
So you want me to try to get down to the
go ahead.
table there?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, so take me out then.
All righty, beautiful. All righty, folks. Well, thanks to Kit Cabello, Nick Cruse, and of course Chris Hedges. We're gonna bring in now our next guest. He represents the Uhuru movement as the chairman of the African People's Socialist Party, who has submitted a video speech to this event, so we'll be hearing more from him later. But pleasure and honor, of course, as always, to speak to him right now, Chairman Omali Yeshitela. Chairman, great to see you again.
Thank you so much. It's very good to be with you, and I'm really excited by the fact that you are talking to all of these people who are challenging the status quo in some way or another. So thank you so much.
Of course, of course. And it is so great to see you not behind plate glass and not in an orange jumpsuit, not one day, not one dime. You want to talk a little bit about your recent victory? You are a free man, thank God.
Well, we're still working on the...
Well, you're right. That was probably a bit of an overstatement, but it could have been worse.
But it's a good overstatement.
Okay, good.
It recognizes the fact that the United States government had intended to lock me up for 15 years and to take $250,000 from me by way of fines, etc. And even at the last minute, the prosecution, after the trial, not able to present any evidence that proves us being Russian agents, and haven't had to make that concession, even at the last minute, was asking that I should be imprisoned for 3 years and pay the government a $100,000 fine, plus pay some back taxes that we're struggling with the IRS about around, some property that was sold, etc. So that's what they were asking. So the "not one day, not one dime" slogan, it resonates.
Absolutely, yeah. We recently, when we filled in hosting for the Jimmy Dore show, we had a guy on named Greg Foreman who hosts a show called The Black Conservative Perspective, and we showed him the clip of you and Tucker Carlson where you talked about how, part of why you and your movement were on the enemies list of the political brass in this country is that you reject sort of welfare state or welfare nanny statism and instead advocate for economic self-determination. And his exact quote to us after he saw the video was, "You just blew my mind," because he didn't understand how a socialist could advocate for economic self-determination. In the minds of a lot of conservatives, socialism means welfare. So do you want to just expand upon the distinction, how you can be for economic self-determination, where you guys have started your own businesses and set up your own marketplaces while still calling yourself a socialist? Because I think that's really important. A lot of people don't understand that.
I think that is important. And I think one of the reasons people don't understand it is because with the assault that was made on the Black liberation movement, the African liberation movement in the 1960s, those of us who fought against colonialism were disappeared. We were imprisoned. We were assassinated, from Malcolm to Black Panther Party members to the co-founder of the African People's Socialist Party. We were pushed off the agenda. The narrative was taken away from us. We were replaced by, as a part, we think, of a counterinsurgency effort. We were replaced. They had people propped up, like the Sharptons, if you will, and others who were opposed to the whole notion of fighting against colonialism. If you fight against you can't fight against colonialism and at the same time fight to be American. We're saying that colonialism is something where foreign alien forces takes over the control, the economic, political power of a people, and extracts value, human and material resources, etc., for the benefit of the colonizers. A parasitic relationship. And our movement, influenced by people like Malcolm X and Frantz Fanon and the Black Panther Party and Jomo that preceded the African People's Socialist Party, was fighting against colonialism. We had come to a point where we said that fighting to be a part of America is not the issue. The fact is, we have a problem because we are part of America, not because we're not a part of America. So to be fighting to be a part of America was to fight for a solution that never represented the problem that we were confronted with. So we want to be independent and free people. And we are socialists because we also understand that when we talk about colonialism, we're not talking about colonialism as simply a policy, as it may have been by Portugal in 600 years ago when they initiated the assault on Africa that resulted in the development of the slave trade and all these other things. We're not talking about a policy, even if it may have, if we're talking specifically about an Israel that has a policy as it relates to Palestinian people. We're talking about a mode of production in the same way that people used to understand. People who call themselves Marxists and communists and whatever used to understand a mode of production is the process within which society produces itself. It's a food, clothing, shelter, and everything therein. That's a mode of production. And there have been various kinds of modes of production. And one that has emerged in recent history is colonial mode of production, because this is the first time the whole world was connected in a single process of economic activity. There's never been a world economy until Portugal attacked Africa, started this process that resulted in me being in St. Louis now, and some of us being in Jamaica, and some of us being in Cuba, and some of us being all these other places around the world. This is a mode of production. This is how the production process initiated, and upon this process, the whole capitalist system was founded. So we are anti-capitalist by being anti-colonialist. Our objective is we are more than that, because we are conscious. So, because to say we're anti-capitalist by being anti-colonialist, I mean, you don't even have to be conscious of struggling for socialism or communism to do that. But we're saying that we are conscious people. We are conscious revolutionary organization that recognizes that the struggle against colonialism, the colonial mode of production, has to result in the power of the African working class, the work in solidarity with working people around the world, taking over the power and destroying this parasitic social system that harms us all. Anyway, I know it's a kind of response to what you raised, but anyway, that's how we understand it.
No, not at all. I thought that was a great answer. Now, we've been in touch with your organization, and it's great that you recorded a speech that they're going to be playing this afternoon. I don't know if you were familiar with Workers Strike Back before we got in touch. What are your impressions of the organization?
I was not familiar, frankly, before you got in touch. I saw, just as I was coming on, I saw some of the people who you were talking to, Chris Hedges and a couple of the other people, and they are impressive, intellectual figures in this struggle against imperialism and what have you. So, but I'm not that familiar with the organization, and I have to be self-critical about that.
No, that's okay. That's the whole point. That's why we reached out. This is what it's all about. It's all about building. And actually, Uhuru has a table at the organization where Russ is right here with some of your comrades here. Russell.
Oh, that's Comrade Sandra.
There we go.
Yeah,
oh, Sandra, wait a minute. You didn't tell me you were in Seattle. Did you tell me?
Yeah.
Did you fly in? Where are you from?
She said, he asked where you're from.
For me?
Yeah.
Well, I'm living out here. I was raised out here.
Oh, I've been talking to Sandra this whole time about setting this up. I didn't realize she was going to be at the event. I thought you had other people who were going to be there with the organization.
Sandra's the one who taught me how to turn on a computer, and then she left, and I haven't been able to learn anything more since that time.
I got to meet Chairman Omali in the 80s when the party was doing a community-controlled housing initiative in Oakland, trying to take out, put the abandoned buildings and housing into the hands of the people, and been following him ever since.
And the police attacked the place, and she was working as a reporter then for one of the radio stations, and she had spent the night with the people who were occupying the property, and the police attacked the building and took her to jail. So I knew that was going to be the last time we saw her, but she said that's what really wanted her to work.
Yeah, I was at KPFA, and the party was taking over abandoned buildings and fixing them up for homeless people to live in.
Yeah.
And the government didn't want that to happen. But then the community-controlled housing initiative that really opened up that whole housing question, which wasn't that known at the time in Oakland, in terms of homeless people and abandoned buildings and gentrification. So.
All right, these guys look very, very thrilled back here. Have you met your volunteers here? Have you met
I'm looking at these comments. They look pretty familiar to me. Right on. Splendid, comrades. Splendid. Yes. Yeah, these are fierce warriors. Thank you so much for.
We look forward to
having
hearing.
us.
I know you have a statement that you're going to giving to the full conference here, so look forward to hearing that shortly.
Yeah, I wish I could have been there in person to do it. I hate doing those kinds of written statements and what have you. But yeah.
Yeah, well, we are looking to come out to St. Louis over the summer to do a documentary
I'm
on
looking for you to come to St. Louis.
Absolutely. Well, you put the idea in our minds because when we first interviewed you, you always mentioned how you put the invitation out to everybody who interviews you to come out there. And we thought, you know what, that's a great idea. You know, I come from a filmmaking background, and so you're going to be the subject of our next documentary, which we're going to shoot over the summer.
Yeah, we're gonna trash the local barbecue scene.
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. Exactly.
Right on.
Oh, Kansas City's way better.
Yeah. So what's the response there at the table? How is everybody doing there? It seems like a big crowd at the event.
How's your response been at the table here?
Stop and talk, which is not something that's easy to come by, but in a group like this, everybody wants to talk about it. And people who walk up say they have already heard of the urban movement,
Right.
Which is you don't run into that on the street. So it makes me happy that people know about and the Queer 3 and their victory and everything.
All right.
Yeah, and we've been selling a lot of Burning Spear newspapers over here, and we got the books, so people are buying the books.
Good.
So it's great. It's very friendly, very, very great group of people.
Excellent. Well, Russ, did you have any questions for the chairman? We have him for a few more minutes.
Yeah, but were you watching the speeches?
I was not able.
Yeah, he was in meetings before.
Yeah, was in meetings. Yeah.
What do you, a little bit of, not that I'm starting a smackdown here or anything, but a little like point of contention between Jill Stein and Kshama seemed to be about working through the electoral system.
Mm-hmm.
Like Kshama was not categorically against it, but she seemed to feel that's something for later, because if you don't have a movement behind you, these people just get co-opted anyway. She made an interesting point. She said, you got a lot of people with progressive values who get elected and then they don't have them anymore because the corporate attack on them is so great and there's just not enough of a movement behind them to support them. So where would you land on that?
And listen, I really appreciate these discussions and this point, because we do electoral work. But we are a party, and so we have run people for office. We ran for people. One of the reasons they tried to put us in prison because in 2017 and 2019 we ran candidates for office in St. Petersburg, Florida, on a reparations platform, and it was significant enough that Obama, for the first time, actually came and got involved in a local election and endorsed our opponent who was calling for reparations, our opponent in opposition to our stance around reparations. So I do believe that it's really important to not to sacrifice this space that's been fought for. Black people fought for the right to vote. This was the democratic space we died and we fought in the process of doing, but just to vote is nothing. And the thing is, how do we hold anybody accountable? Everybody's not as good and nice and committed as Jill Stein is. And I have a deep amount of affection for Stein. Stein came and supported our campaign, went to jail here in St. Louis, defending our campaign and things like that. But I think that a point can be made and should be made. That it's not good enough for people just to be good people, etc. What is it that holds them, locks them in to the politic that they talk about? I mean, because I can't say the Democratic Party lied to us because they never promised us anything and they never gave us anything. So they didn't lie. They just, they just said we are better than the Republicans and the Republicans are going to eat you up and that kind of thing. But I do believe that we are a party and we have run people for office either as a party or through instruments, organizations that we've created that becomes the basis for the political movement, the political struggle. And that's the thing that we win people to. We created a 19-point Black community platform agenda. We created a coalition that now consists of something like 18 different organizations. The Black is Back Coalition for Social Justice, Peace, and Reparations. And this coalition put forth a national Black political agenda for self-determination. And we have endorsed and run candidates and things like that, but it's based on that's what I've just mentioned, and this is what holds these people together. I'm not sure about what kind of organization. I mean, I know that Jill ran as a candidate of the Green Party, and I'm not quite sure what that means in terms of structurally and how that holds anybody to the commitment that they say they made to the people, because people do sell out. And I don't have to come up with the list of the people who made promises to the people and they were so charming and what have you, and then got votes and then just double crossed the people. And I can't claim the Democratic Party ever did that. They never lied. They never said they were going to do anything for Black people. With Obama, he just winked his eye, imitated Al Green singing, and had a good left-hand jump shot. And that's all they did, you understand? So I can't say he lied to us. He didn't lie to us. He was right up front. And he said he didn't support reparations.
Yeah, Obama in particular, if you go back, he really did just run on vibes. Yeah. Like, he was talented enough to get away with it. Harris was not. But he really did just run a vibe campaign. Like, you can't really say, oh, he went back on the things he promised. He really promised very little other than an aesthetic change.
Well, by the time Harris was there, they were involved in public mass murder of Palestinian people. I mean, just grotesque disregard for life of colonized people, and the Palestinian people helped to resurface the whole colonial question. And even as hard as they worked to try to pretend that they were just at this group they call Hamas, people were able to recognize it was the Palestinians that they were attacking. Just as when they attacked us, they said it was just Uhuru and the African People's Socialist Party. It was the African Liberation Movement. It's the struggle of Black people for independence. So people were able to perceive that. And I think that Africans just got tired of being handled like that. And I feel like people like Obama and Harris, it's hard to come up with forces of individuals who could be held in greater disrepute than those two individuals. They're hanging on to even the perception of humanity by their fingertips.
All right. Well, Chairman, thank you so much for making time for us this afternoon. We look forward to watching your speech later on in the conference. We will say goodbye for now, but we will see you again very soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Look forward to seeing you. St. Louis, next up, right? Okay.
That's right. We'll be
all
there.
Right. Uhura, Conrad, Sandra, and the rest. Vanguard up.
Always a pleasure and an honor, sir. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
All righty. All righty. Well, thanks to the Uhuru movement downstairs.
I'm gonna grab something to eat while I can.
All righty. Cool. Sounds good. We'll see you soon. All righty. All right. There we go. Russ signing off for now. We are going to move right along. The guests keep coming. Our next guest, if you're on TikTok, if you're on Twitter, if you're on the social media, extremely funny and sharp and smart up-and-coming content creator who we are going to interview in long form on our show on March 9th. We had to push that back a week it was my fault, not theirs. But you all know Blakely. Blakely, how are you?
Hello, can you hear me okay?
I can hear you fine. I can hear you great. Thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So, you've been talking quite a bit, about not only obviously the genocide in Gaza, but of course, Elon and Doge. You're a streamer, recently screwed over by by YouTube, which we're going to talk all about in a couple weeks. I don't want to talk too much about it now, only because we have other channels streaming this, and I don't want to get our friends in trouble either. So that would be a big problem for me. Even like if our channel tanks and I get sued by all the people who decided to stream this with us. But we are going to talk all about that because it's terrible. The censorship out there is absolutely awful, and we are going to have you on to feature for that. But we have 1,800 people watching on Rumble now, and Blakely's got a Rumble channel, so go over and follow that. What's your Rumble channel?
Yes, please do. Thank you. My Rumble channel is at I am Blakely, so it's the same handle as you can see here. And shout out to you, Keaton, for helping me set it up.
Of course, yeah. It's not the easiest thing, but once you do it, you got to hang of it. It seemed to work pretty good. I think you had your debut Rumble stream on Thursday?
Yeah. It was fun too, because then I did figure out how to stop the YouTube and then continue on Rumble to do the last half hour, 40 minutes of the stream on Rumble.
Cool. Good stuff. So I don't know if you've been watching any of this conference, how familiar you are with any of these players. I don't know who you voted for in the last cycle. I'm assuming it was probably Jill Stein, if at all. Do I have that right? Did I guess right?
No, I'm not really a huge fan of the Green Party for a lot of reasons.
Yeah.
I voted for Claudia de la Cruz, who's with
PSL. Okay. All right. So similar anti-genocide vote. That's the main thing, obviously.
For sure. Yeah. I wasn't gonna vote for either of the genocide candidates.
Right. Exactly. This is a more a labor-based organizing conference, but obviously, Gaza is a huge component of this as well, as I think it should be. And so, what are your thoughts on, I don't know if you've watched any of this today or how familiar you are with the organization, but just general left building during Trump's second term. What are some of your thoughts about that, kind of just from a strategic standpoint? Because obviously you're not a duopoly voter, which is more what I was asking. I forgot that obviously PSL wasn't on the ballot. You had to write them in, right? None of the third parties made the ballot in New York.
Right. None of them did. So I did write them in. And it's not like I was like so opposed to ever voting for a Green Party candidate. I just didn't want to this time. But it doesn't mean that I would never, in the same way that, haven't been ever opposed to voting for Democrats. Like I voted, which now I feel terrible about. I voted for Joe Biden in 2020, just because I was I was furious about Bernie. I was a Bernie person. I felt like they cheated Bernie. But I voted for Joe Biden just honestly because I was so tired of Trump. I was exhausted. I was exhausted by his administration. I wanted him out. I thought he did a terrible job handling COVID. But then obviously I didn't know that Joe Biden was a psychotic Zionist, like at the time that I voted for him, because I think like a lot of Americans, I was very like America-centric. I didn't really think about foreign policy or anything that was really happening outside of our borders. And, but now, so it's not like I'm fully opposed to ever voting for anybody, but I will not, because of the genocide, and because not just the genocide, but because of what the Democrats have done. I am so fucking tired of them. I will not vote for another Democrat at the federal level again, unless and until that party were to be burned to the goddamn ground and they were to rebuild the entire thing and create something completely different. As it is constituted right now, I will not vote for one at the federal level. So I not only didn't vote for Kamala Harris, I didn't vote for Senator Gillibrand. I didn't vote for Chuck Schumer's, croak ass. I didn't vote for my congressperson. None of them. Because here's the thing, going to what you're saying, I'm actually not that familiar with this conference. So I'm going to go back and watch some of it after. Sure. I would like to be, because I think that a building on the left is so incredibly important during this time. And not enough people are doing it. And what is making me insane and upsetting me is that I already see people who are on the left starting to get pulled back into the Democratic Party. Bernie's on this tour now, being like, oh, we got to take on the oligarchs. And it's like, no. I'm not getting sucked into that again. Because that's what Bernie did last time. Sucked us in, or people like me in, and then turned around and was like, and now we have to support Genocide Joe. Right. Absolutely not. The Democratic Party, as it stands right now, is an impediment and a danger to any kind of left building and movement in this country. And so I think now I'm kind of forgetting, sorry, because I've went on a tangent what your question was. But as far as like a left building, actually, I think it's so incredibly important, regardless of whether or not you're a non-voter, whether you're a communist, a socialist, somebody who just doesn't like either party, or even somebody who was previously a liberal. It's so important because you hear a lot of people talk about organizing or talk about building, but then they're never actually doing it. They're never actually there. And so I think it's great that they're doing this. And I agree that I think that putting some of the building blocks, in my view, I think actually it would be great if we had a totally separate party, like a totally separate party that was like outside of a lot of what the existing structure is offering us. But as far as when it comes to like actually like building any kind of coalition around fighting back against basically this like deranged, psychotic, tech feudalist imperialism that we're dealing with is very good and very important. And the Democrats are going to try to hijack any energy from anybody on the left and shuffle it into their project.
Well, yeah, I mean, Bernie's his whole tour, I believe, in Nebraska, which he had a big crowd last night because, you know, now that Trump is in office, people are eager to, you know, come out and, you know, look for some sign of life on the Democratic side. I mean, Hakeem Jeffries, basically, his big quote was, well, it's their government, so what can we do? So next to that, you know, Bernie getting on the ground looked good to a lot of Dems who came out. And so, you know, he's doing fairly good numbers again, apparently. I thought, you know, his best days were behind him rally-wise, and they probably are. But you are seeing more life there than you are, you know, from, you know, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer. But very importantly, you know, he's touring swing districts, you know, and that's a tell right there that it is ultimately, of course, going to be a sheep herding operation, you know, back into the Democratic Party. And it's absolutely imperative that people not get sucked in, because given the, you know, leadership style and the, you know, orientation of the Democratic Party, that always backslides into fascism at this point, because there comes a point where conditions deteriorate to such an extent that that leadership is what backslides back into this. We just ran a test case where Joe Biden, right? Everybody, all the libs were so relieved they could breathe. You know, back at the time, you were probably relieved that Trump was gone. And now 4 years later, here you are, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because it was back to normal.
Right.
And what did they do over these last 4 years to prevent us from dealing with what we're dealing with now?
Exactly. Right.
Nothing.
Exactly.
Nothing. They did nothing to protect us. They did nothing to make the conditions better or easier for anybody in this country to protect us from what was coming, which is how I know that these motherfuckers don't actually believe anything they say. Because when you got clowns like Cloud Boot Jar getting on TV and being like, well, I'm just really hoping, because Democrats love to hope. They love to hope. I'm really hoping that my Republican colleagues will stand up to this. And it's like, that was your plan? Because you guys have been telling me that fascism was around the door and that Orange Hitler was knocking at the door, and that's why we needed to vote for your candidate. But now that he won, you don't have a plan? You don't have a fighting plan? Your answer is, I hope my Republican colleagues do the right thing. And Hakeem Jeffries going, what do you want us to do? That's the plan? Right. The funny thing is, because I keep seeing people be like, oh, it's so frustrating seeing Democrats just like not meeting the moment. It's not that they're not meeting the moment, which they're not. It's that they fundamentally don't actually oppose it. In order to have somebody come against what is happening with Trump and the fascists and the oligarchs, you need an opposition party. And the reason why they're struggling so much is because they don't fundamentally oppose this fascist, technocratic, feudalism, oligarchic, tax cuts for the rich plan. They don't actually oppose it. They just want it to be prettier. You know, they want it to be like cute, like diverse girl boss genocide and oligarchy, not like, you know, mean, like white supremacist oligarchy.
Right. Well, when you talk about the techno-feudalism angle, I mean, that is super important. And what's super revealing also about the Democrats is that they used to have all these tech oligarchs in their pocket. Elon Musk voted for Joe Biden last time. Mark Andreessen, former Democrat. Mark Zuckerberg. He just goes, whichever way the wind blows, he just kowtows to power, no matter who. Jack Dorsey, when he owned Twitter, very famously suppressed the Hunter Biden laptop story right before the 2020 vote, which means he was in the tank for Democrats at a time. And now he's on his kind of red pill journey. Like, these tech people, they love money. They love easy money and easy power. And they will do whatever they have to do to get it. And ideally, they won't do very much. They're fundamentally very lazy. That's why you get into the business of developing apps. So you could just cash in, just basically live in your penthouse apartment in gym shorts and just make money on autopilot. And so the fact that you have all these tech overlords, all of them, almost to a person, former Democrats who are now with Trump, I mean, that ought to give away the game right there.
Right. But the thing that's so frustrating is that it doesn't to people. Instead, you have people fall into their mindless partisan camps and go like, oh, well, no, like now Republicans are like, billionaires bad when it's Democrats. But now billionaires good. Now they're great. Now we trust Elon Musk. We trust the plutocrat class. We trust all of them. Billionaires good now. And then you have Democrats that are like I literally, Maxine Waters said this just like a week ago on Chris Cuomo's show. Well, we oppose the billionaire takeover, but like not, we don't oppose billionaires. We like the ones on our side.
Right.
Okay. So, and that's what makes me so insane about the whole thing is that it's like people just get so stuck in their partisan camps. It's like, no, the tech feudalism and the billionaire takeover by the oligarch class that's happening in our government is bad, regardless of what side they're on. Their whole project is bad, like bad for society, bad for America, bad for the world. Like, it's just amazing what they get away with too, because it's like so I grew up Christian, and in a lot of the evangelical churches I spent time in, there was constant fear mongering about the mark of the beast. Careful, watch out for the mark of the beast. Mark of the beast. Here comes Elon Musk being like, I want to put a chip in your brain, and a bunch of Christians are like, based.
Right. Yeah. No, it's amazing. It really is. I mean, that's a great example. No, it really is amazing. And what they are signaling is so obvious. And this is the crowd that fancies himself very red pilled when the subject of the conspiracy is the World Economic Forum and Bill Gates and interests like that. And I'm not saying to trust those figures. We certainly don't. But don't you understand this is just the other wing of that? I mean, what Elon is talking about, this is a very much you will own nothing and be happy kind of ethos. They just did we're going to probably do a segment on this, a more thorough segment tomorrow. There's this office in Butler County, Pennsylvania, where federal workers handle like retirement claims for social security. I hope I have all the details exactly right. I have the thrust right. I'm operating off memory now. We're going to do this probably tomorrow. And everything Elon is saying about this facility and the people who work there and how they operate is wrong. I mean, these are basically just like working class people, in like Rust Belt, Pennsylvania, Trump country. Oddly enough, Butler was where the infamous near miss happened with Trump. Yeah. And he's saying basically that they can only process up to 10,000 retirement claims a day, which is, of course, not true. But the point of him saying that is obvious. Look at what they are signaling. They're signaling replacing labor with AI. Obviously, the signal there is, well, they're not efficient enough. They can only do 10,000 claims a day. It's not true. And even if it was, what is the implication? The implication is they're going to replace people with robots. This is their dream. This is what they've wanted to do. That's why on Trump's second day in office, he has Larry Ellison and Sam Altman there talking about a $500 billion AI investment. Like, do you not have your eyes open at all? Are you just so caught up in the schadenfreude of the libs eating shit and Kamala losing and stuff, which I understand, taking joy in that to a certain extent. But like, are you so blinded by that you can't see what these people are doing right in front of you? It's amazing to me.
No, it is. It is amazing. And it's frustrating because, first of all, they've employed them to just do the work of the billionaire class for them and the people that are taking over the country. And want to destroy it, which is so ironic and funny almost that like these are the same people, the conservatives, that all love the country so much. They're such patriots, completely ignoring that the people that are at the wheel right now are the people that want to actually destroy the United States and turn it into little, network states and little fiefdoms. And the thing that makes me so crazy too is that they're like, yeah, we want to get rid of AI or these people to make it more efficient AI. And some are just coming out and saying it. And it's like, okay, how anybody could believe that their intentions are not nefarious at this point in 2025, I don't understand. I just saw a clip this morning, okay, when I was doing my morning research on like content that I was going in the news of Pierce, but do you condemn Hamas Morgan being like, oh my gosh, why would anybody not love Elon Musk out of all the things that he's done for humanity? He wants to replace things with AI and robots to make our lives easier. It's like, okay, if somebody said that in like 2006 or 8, then maybe you can get away with that.
Right.
In the year of our Lord 2025, you're really coming on and saying to people that they want to replace you with AI for your benefit, benefit. No. They want to replace you with AI. And like you said, they want you to have nothing and be happy about it. Like people, it's so frustrating to me that and I'm highlighting the conservatives right now because they're the ones in power and they're the ones who now have all the tech billionaires on their side, that they are so often so excited about owning the libs that they have no idea that they're not seeing what is directly in front of them and what is coming for them. You think that these tech billionaires are not coming for you too? You think that those same people that hold that worship their wealth and hate regular working people, that they're not coming for you too? It's like Trump is just like the corporation's manager. These are the people that actually sit on the board that are making the decisions about this. And they're walking right into it. They're walking right into it. Some of them gleefully walking right into it. And I'm like, how do you not, are you so blinded by your we hate the libs shit that you can't see that these people want to destroy you too? And it makes me insane because I feel like conspiracy theorists, specifically on the right, never want to look at what's right here. Like, I need you guys, like conspiracy theorists on the right, the conspiracy is here. Like, it's out in the open. It's right here. I need you to come over here because you're focused on shit that either isn't real, or if it is real, it's stuff that is happening on both ends of this plane because they're two sides of the same coin. And you guys are so excited about this conspiracy over here that you're forgetting that what's happening in the open right in front of our faces is happening right now and needs your attention. Like, I just wish that sometimes the conspiracy theorists would use some of that energy on what's happening right now in front of our faces. I'm like, we could really use you guys.
Well, yeah, and look, this is the thing. Like, I consider myself somewhat of a conspiracy theorist myself. I'm not against dabbling in that. I do, and I think some of them are quite valid. But what a lot of the more right-wing and right-wing adjacent conspiracy theorists never point to is the basic dynamic of class warfare. Right? Like that ultimately, and this is what Kshama said in her speech earlier, by far the most important distinction in society is between the rich and everybody else. Like, that is clearly the most important thing. And the other thing, speaking of this tech stuff, because you mentioned some of that, and I think that's really important. When we interviewed Whitney Webb recently, she made a really, really good point, which is something I had never even thought of, but it's absolutely true. She said, when they talk about making government more efficient, meaning substituting a lot of government jobs with AI algorithms, which Elon has said he wants to do, people assume that means they're making the government smaller. No, that could very well mean making the government larger. More efficient just means, fewer people to pay. Right? Exactly. Fewer buildings to rent, fewer offices to occupy, right? Fewer bodies manning the computers or pushing the pencils or whatever. That doesn't mean the government gets smaller. In fact, the government can get quite a bit larger because you have a lot of it automated. So that could really expand the scope and influence of government, not shrink it. What do you think about that?
100%. Absolutely. Yeah. And that's why it's so telling that they're so focused on USAID. They're really focused on it. They're focused on it because they can point to these things that sound like, red meat. Like, oh, they're the trans surgery in Venezuela or wherever the fuck.
Right.
But like, they're looking at such a small portion of the budget. And yet they don't want to talk about anything having to do with the like almost $1 trillion military budget that we have in the Pentagon. And then when you actually ask them about it, going kind of to what you're saying, she said, they actually will admit, if you start to ask them about it, they have absolutely no interest in cutting any money in the Pentagon. None. They want to reallocate some of it to different areas. They want to shuffle a little bit of it around. But that doesn't mean that they actually want to cut any of it. Just like they don't actually really want to downsize the scope of what the government does. It's maddening smoke and mirrors. This whole Doge thing is maddening smoke and mirrors. They're not trying to cut down the size and the scope of government. They're trying to cut people, and they're trying to specifically cut from certain jobs, like making things more efficient, so getting rid of people, but also getting rid of people in key areas. Like they want to get rid of all these IRS agents under the guise of, oh yeah, they're going to come after regular Americans because they don't want them looking at the rich. They don't want them looking at taxing the rich or the corporations. So of course they want to get rid of all of the IRS agents, and then but don't want to get rid of any of the military contractors. None of them seem to notice the amazing giant red flag of the fact that Elon Musk is a defense contractor, one of the largest defense contractors that we have. They don't want to cut down those jobs. And then they also don't want to talk about the fact that when it comes to cutting government waste, fraud, and abuse, they're looking only to cut those things because they want to claim a win that they save money so that they can make excuses for the $4 trillion they're about to blow into the national deficit when they renew their tax cuts for the rich and corporations. Because that's coming. That is right around the corner. And they're going to lie, and they're going to go, yeah, but look at guys, we cut all this waste, fraud, and abuse.
Well, yeah, I mean, they did. We covered it in a recent segment where you had what was the guy, Michael Knowles, the guy from the Daily Wire, talk about, can you believe they spent $1 million on teaching modern art to Afghan peasants? Your money, that's where your money is going. He actually said that. He said that's where your money is going. As if $1 million is a statistically measurable portion, never mind significant, as if it will appear on a spreadsheet of government spending in that way. That's what they want to do while they close community health centers, while they screw farmers out of contracts. This idea that it is coming, no, it has arrived. They're already seeing ordinary people feel the pain of this. Well, that's why Republicans at town halls are starting to get pushback already. There was that Republican in Georgia, right? Who got shouted down.
I enjoyed that clip so much. That was so much fun to watch. It made me think about the fact that that should be required. You should be required, if you're running as an elected official, to debate your primary opponent, because a lot of them don't. And you should be required to have town halls regularly, because that was fun. Watching that guy look genuinely surprised. He looked surprised that they were so mad.
Right.
And I was like, that's because these corrupt, out of touch pieces of shit spend so little time with their actual constituents that he couldn't believe that his talking point wasn't resonating with them.
Yeah. And that was a very red district too, which is also why I think he was caught off guard. All right, Blakely, I got to move the lines here because I got my next guests in, but thank you so much for making time today. You can follow Blakely on YouTube and on Rumble. Blakely's Rumble channel is very important that we build that up. And you're on Instagram and TikTok, right? Because TikTok is back.
Yes, TikTok, Twitch, Twitter. Twitter is one of my favorite places just to shit post because it's not as censored, So anyway, but definitely, yes, Rumble. I'm trying to build up my Rumble, especially because of what happened on YouTube. Thank you so much for having me, Keaton. It was great to be here, and I'm really looking forward to joining you on the 9th.
Pleasure. Yes, we will see you back here in 2 weeks on this channel.
Awesome.
Thank you, Blakely. Appreciate it.
Thank you. See you later.
All righty. Bye-bye. All right. Round of applause for Blakely in the chat. All right. We got our next guest coming on. I just got to knock out a couple of these super chats first so I don't get too backed up. Will I destroy solidarity with BRICS back Cuba just because Cuba has queer rights? No, I support Cuba. Wish I had Cuban health care. Thank you, Philip Blair. Uhuru. Solidarity with the chairman. Thank you very much. Barbara and Philip. We are all Palestinians to the ruling class. Thank you, Mark Pugliese. Appreciate that very much. All righty, folks. So we are going to now bring in our next two guests who were very helpful in helping team build for this event. They are also sister streamers today. They are streaming this event. So really appreciate both of their help in making this happen with us today. From Generational Change, Pete Hager and Jen Perlman. Hey, how are you guys? Good to see you.
Hey, Keaton, how's it going?
Good, going good. So, Peter, are you in Florida now, or are you in Jersey? What happened to your old set? Did you trash the old set?
No, I didn't do that, but I've created a makeshift studio for myself here in the Panhandle of Florida. So I'm technically.
Oh, so you're up in the Panhandle. All right. So you're up in the northern, up in the North Country.
I'm not on.
Yeah, he moved.
Okay, so you moved. Okay,
yeah,
so that's
why. I still live in South Florida, and I'm still usually in the studio, but
Right.
I am right now in a town in Florida called Spring Hill, which is the middle of nowhere.
Okay. All right. Well, you guys, we first talked a couple of years ago, and it was funny because that's when I advised you, Jen, not to run again, because I think I said that the Democratic Party was just a complete lost cause. But you did not take my advice. You gave it a best shot, and it was a noble effort. I always told people, to run as an anti-Zionist Jew in South Florida. That's not something you do for contacts and and money and clout. That's actually the complete opposite of what you would do if you were trying to just get ahead yourself. I know you must have taken a ton of slings and arrows for doing that. Do you want to describe that campaign and did your experience with that campaign influence your path to hosting a worker strike backstream on your channel today?
No. I would have hosted a worker strike backstream regardless of anything having to do with that. We were always, and we've talked about this, Keaton, like I never ran with this idea that I'm winning and I want that job. It was never really about that. The first time it was coming off of the AOC, because I ran in 20 the first time, so it was coming off that previous election where maybe a progressive can do that. Like maybe if they're not really paying attention, like what happened to Crowley. So it was,
Right,
okay.
catch them sleeping.
Yeah. And I was so impressed with what we did for our campaign. And I told you, it's like, I ran a service-based campaign. So our volunteers were out doing community service, and we were building up big coalitions and networks with community, which is the point of facilitating what we're doing, right? Like that congressional campaign was just part of building the snowball. But then the second time, it was really more of, at the last second, I just like, I cannot let this woman represent Jewish people. Like, I cannot let this woman be the only voice that's, that's speaking here, and at least showing that there is an alternative. Again, never thinking we're winning. But I will tell you, in reality, the second time was a lot easier in terms of how I was treated, because I never had anything to do with the Democrats. See, the first time I actually tried, I went to their little silly club meetings and all their stupid nonsense, and it was a complete waste of time. The second time I ran, we had nothing to do with them. We just did our own thing. So I might as well have been running an independent campaign. It just happened to be on that ballot. But we had no affiliation with the party whatsoever. And again, it was about doing service, connecting people, and building coalition. And we desperately need that.
Yeah, so that's interesting. So it was a different character. So you ran, it sounds like, not that, I mean, every campaign in comparison to Debbie Wasserman Schultz's campaign is going to feel grassroots, but it seems like this time you went more in that direction.
I mean, we've never taken corporate money. I've never taken anything other than max individual donations. And even with that, like, I want to say the first time, like in 20, maybe we got a half a dozen maxes, something like that. This time, something like that again. Maybe, so, I mean, yeah, there are some people that have money that support us, but for the most part, we represent workers. So, I mean, this is a class war. We say it all the time on our show. And so really, whether if you're making $200,000 a year and you think you're all that in a bag of chips, you're still with us. Okay. You're still in our group. You just don't know it. So our job is to facilitate everyone knowing that it's a class war.
So I can also piggyback on that. This particular congressional district that Jen ran in it's the embodiment of neoliberalism to the T in every way possible. And there are some people that are in the party infrastructure that, they're nice people, but they are so disconnected from reality. They live in these upper middle class gated communities, and, they all know the same people. They're all living in the same echo chamber. And I remember one specific instance where Debbie hosted an event at her house where a few of them were there, and Pelosi shows up, and they're all fawning over these people like they're queens, like these people are the ones that are really representing us. And in reality, they're the people that are destroying our country, that have allowed us to get to this point. And they're so completely beyond redemption that we're kind of stuck in this situation where we're trying to drag people away. And I agree with what you and with Russ and the rest have been saying all along, is that of all the times that Bernie could be going around the country right now to do this shit, to try to sheep herd people back into the Democratic Party, he does it on the weekend that people knew a couple of months in advance that Workers' Strike Back was doing this. Don't think for a fucking second, excuse my language, I'm sorry. Of course, I'll be the one who breaks the streak. Do not think for a second that they did not know that this was going on, that there was not an intention to try to direct people away from what this event was today. That is completely uncalled for, and he knows it.
Yeah, no, I think you're right about that. It's a good point. It's a good point, because when you look at two of the first three speakers here, I mean, Hedges supported Bernie tepidly. In fact, Hedges went as far as in 2016 to say, I'll vote for Bernie Sanders in the primary, but I won't go as far as to call myself a supporter. Hedges worked with Ralph Nader, obviously, for a while, and Hedges his thesis about Bernie was always that he's not willing to get Nadered. And so in the end, he will cave, which is why Hedges would always say, I'll vote for Bernie Sanders, but I don't really even consider myself a supporter. But the other two headline speakers, Kshama and Jill Stein, both supported Bernie. Jill Stein offered Bernie the Green Party ticket in 2016. She would sit it out, and she would give the ballot line to him should he run as an independent. So that's about as strong support as you can get. And then Kshama Sawant supported Bernie Sanders' 2016 campaign. They know each other. They're close enough where, yeah, man, I think you're absolutely right. I think they did know this was going on. And that speaking tour launches last night into today in swing districts, which are very important to rally the Democratic vote. Yeah, I think you're right about that. But in terms of the event, I don't know if you guys have had a chance to watch any of the speeches so far. If so, any impressions? If not, I'll ask you more general questions about it.
Well, I've been driving most of the day, but I was listening to. I caught Jill Stein just like recently. I heard what she was saying. I'm just happy to hear people all talking in the same place. Like, yes, that's a step in the right direction. At the end of the day, if people are going to support labor and support a general strike, which is what we absolutely need to happen, like that has to happen. If we don't come together to do that, then we're never going to do anything. What's going to happen? And it isn't going to be. We're not going to vote our way out of this. I'm actually pretty anti all of it. Like, I would actually put myself more in the anarcho category now. Like, I really am so not interested in any of the political nonsense. But I do think that we need yellow vests in the streets everywhere, and that we need to shut this shit down. Well, either shut it down or burn it down. But I would try shutting it first. But again, they don't exactly facilitate peaceful revolution here, right?
Right. No, look, it is a very, very desperate situation now that we find ourselves in, but that out of that desperation comes the opportunity, I think. Peter, did you want to say something?
Oh, no, I'm tagging along here. I think that Jen is absolutely right. I listened to most of it. And I think that there's really good contrasting styles between the way that Kshama goes about basically being the activist voice. I think that Hedges does an amazing job of being the philosophical voice. And I think that Stein does a really good job of being the articulate voice. And I think when you combine all of those things together, you realize that this is a class war, nothing more. We have to be in solidarity across those lines. If we're not, then we are wasting our time. And as Blakely pointed out earlier, the Republican congressman who thought that he was going to get some cheers from the crowd when he, gave a shout to Trump, and it turns out that people are not feeling this idea of just, again, do we have government waste on a massive scale? Absolutely. But as I pointed out to, Jen on our podcast, is that they're going to cut like 3,000 employees from the Pentagon and say that they did something. Say that we're cutting government waste.
The working people, the regular just working people. Correct.
You're not going to see a single contract wiped away from Raytheon, from General Dynamics, from Lockheed Martin, from Boeing. None of them are going to be touched. They will all be left alone, just like Musk is going to continue to get. They had this claim the other day about how Trump shut down a $400 million contract that was connected to Tesla to basically say, I totally don't want to have this look of impropriety happening right now. Well, okay, so you cut a $400 million contract and you approve a $4 billion one on the other side. So I'd like to think we're entering this phase of awakening in the sense that people are not going to have the wool pulled over their eyes like they used to. I think that that's something that people didn't want to believe. People believed in Bernie's ideas. They also wanted to believe in his strategy. But once it became clear that his strategy was to never properly challenge power, they had to accept the fact that, thank you for lighting the flame, Bernie, but it's time for other people to carry the torch. That's essentially where we're at now, as far as I can see.
I want to say one thing that really, this is always what sort of gets in my craw when I even with Jill and Kshama Sawant, and these are like the best people, and I know that they know what they're talking about. They've got to stop talking about our tax dollars paying for what's going on. They have to stop using that language. It's really it's perpetuating a delusion that everything is a pie and austerity is murder. And it's perpetuating this delusion that if we pay for one thing, we can't afford something else. And I know that they know better. And we really need to have people understand that, because that is exactly the kind of mentality that people count on, people worrying about, oh my God, well, we're only paying this much. So what's the debt? What's the deficit? We can't afford that. And then we convince everybody that we can't afford anything. And people need to understand that. And I really think that the language matters. And it bothers me because they all know MMT. They all know it. They know that your tax dollars don't pay for anything. And we just need to get away from telling people that.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'm not equipped to debate MMT. What I would say is to that, well, there are two things. One, I think also as a rhetorical device, I think more importantly than what, theory you subscribe to in that way, is the fact that also when you say that it's our tax dollars going to this, and in the case of a crime like the genocide in Gaza, it's also a way of expressing that it's happening in our name with our support, right?
Well, what I say is it's our resources. That's our money.
Okay.
It's absolutely our money. Everything that they do is our money. What I'm saying is when you connect it with taxation, even though it doesn't seem to be like a big deal in this particular case, that mindset is what allows people to be bullied into austerity politics. And that is something that I think we need to pay attention to, because that's just not how it works. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Like, because we'll say we don't want our money going over there. I don't want to be supporting a genocide. Of course not.
Right.
But then when it comes down to what we can and can't afford, people get this idea that it's a pie. It's not a pie. It's never been a pie. If one thing gets something, doesn't mean something gets less. That's not how this works. And I think that we need to get out of that mindset. That's what allows us to be preyed upon when we don't know what we're actually really entitled to.
Well, yeah, okay. So once again, I'm not equipped to debate that. What I would say, the second thing I would say, and one of the things that, Kshama puts in action all the time. She really walks the walk in this way. And you could see it in how quickly she was able to pull together the different speakers and participants in this event, including Russ and I. She is extremely anti-censorship and anti-canceling and anti-gatekeeping, meaning that they are always up for debates and people bringing ideas and hearing that out. I'm sure there are, some people who, kind of thought, wow, why are Due Dissidents involved, given our somewhat heterodox views on certain things. She does not bend to pressure to cancel people or shut people down. They do the exact opposite. I told them, I think I think Uhuru would be a great fit for this event. I told them that like 10 days ago, and they're here. We got Omali giving a speech. We got them they got the table downstairs. Like, Kshama's very welcoming, and they're very open, and they are very nurturing of debate, which I think is hugely important on the left. And unfortunately, I think it's pretty unique among the left. I mean, you guys have certainly dealt with people who are willing to probably, shut you up for the first step out of line on issue X, Y, or Z. I think that's a very, very important atmosphere to foster.
Oh, for sure. I'd also like to point out that I'm a member of the African People's Solidarity Committee. I was very pleased with that. When we first had the two other workers on that were also arrested with Chairman Omali, that they were based in St. Petersburg, Florida, which is why we had them on, because they were in Florida. But that whole thing with tying them to the Russians, like we did a whole thing about that ridiculousness. No, I mean, I understand what people are saying. Like it is our money, it is. But I just think that we need to be careful with messaging because it'll come back to bite us in the ass. That's all. That's all I'm saying.
And I think it's important to remember that so much of the problems that we have, I look at economics in a very simple, like in terms of philosophy, I just look at Walmart, which I think is the most tyrannical corporation in the United States, the biggest welfare queen family that could ever exist in the Waltons. The second that you apply for a job at Walmart, they immediately want you to go sign up for welfare benefits.
Same as McDonald's too. Yeah.
They're not paying you a living wage, and they don't want you to. They want you to be a slave to the system. And it's also why they want to again, there are a lot of problems with the Department of Education, but they just want to do away with it altogether. And the reason they want to do away with it is because our education system has become almost completely privatized if you want to get a quality education. That's kind of where we're at. Florida is a prime example of that, where you have this charter school takeover and the public school system just suffers immensely. They're not.
No. The public school system in vulnerable communities suffers. I would suggest that our public schools in affluent areas are doing just fine. That's not where they take the hit when they hand out all those vouchers and their charter shit.
Well, that's also
to other people.
Heyo,
Russ is here from the bowels of the building. Sorry, your mic is a little bit screwy.
You're squirrely, Russ. You're squirrely.
Yeah, it's just that the connection sounds a little bit fuzzy.
Okay. All right. I don't want to pull it out because it's going to be like disruptive to the.
Or just try unplugging and replugging. Or here, I'll just do the old exit and come back. There you go. That's better.
Wait, that's better.
Well, I pulled it out. Now it's back in.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Here, pull it out.
Well, Russ, you're just going back to the days of using a transistor radio, and that's just kind of how you come in and out. Right?
Actually, because people are talking, as long as I have it low, it's not going to cause too much problem.
All right, so here, take the thing out.
I did. All right, so.
Well, hold on. Now it's it must be a hardware issue. Here, exit and come back in. That'll probably save it.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah. All right.
Something is awry.
Sorry about that. But while we wait for Russ to come back in, I do think. Have you guys ever interviewed Kshama or Jill on the show?
Oh, we've had Jill on the show.
Okay.
Not Kshama. We've tried. I've reached out. I sent her that email trying to connect you with that friggin' huge website that's doing general strike, and nobody responded.
Try again, Russ.
There you go.
Testing.
There you go. Okay, good. There you go. Better.
Right, yeah. So. Man, our overlords and masters have not perfected the technology yet.
There you go. Yeah.
And that it is in that gap between perfection and the moment we're in that opportunity lies. Once they perfect it, that's it. They're going to use us for fertilizer.
Yeah.
It's going to be like War of the Worlds. It's just going to be massive blood fertilizer all over the world by the time they get done with us.
Yeah,
it's gonna be like the wood chipper in Fargo. That's what they're gonna do with everybody.
Yeah.
The amazing thing about being there for Hedges' speech is that he's been giving that speech for what, 10, 12 years now? Like, he has been so far ahead of the curve when it came to the talking points that he was espousing. And you're just hearing it again. And you're like, holy shit, he's been right the entire time.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty amazing. I mean, his speech was really strong. They're all just very, very strong speakers. But, on that email chain...
He's been ahead of the curve on everything. He wrote, we were going to focus on that essay when we interviewed him. No one cares what you stick in your hoo-ha. But we didn't get to it.
Yeah, it's one of his, lesser known works. What was I just gonna say? I was just gonna say, what was I gonna say? Hedges. I forgot. I lost my train of thought. Oh man, what was I just gonna say? Oh yeah, in regards to the
as
general
soon as
strike.
Keaton said we have to keep it clean today,
Yeah, right.
I
Exactly.
knew I was going to be the one.
No, in terms of organizing a general strike, the person who was on that email chain, Jen, that you mentioned, said that we only need 3.5% of the population to organize a general strike. I guess that is the consensus. What do you guys think about the strategy of just a very militant and committed minority shutting the system down? I think that is far more viable at this point than like winning a national election. When you look out at the landscape here, it's hard to not despair about the majority, given how many people are still hoping that the Democrats are going to save them, and then now a majority of people just signing on to a lot of what Donald Trump is doing.
Yeah. Are you asking me?
Yeah, it's an open question.
I mean, I like I said, I think this is going to involve as many people getting in the streets as possible. I mean, the reason that we don't see that in our country like you would see it in France is we don't have a social safety net. We also don't have yellow vests, but like we don't have the ability that if you're on strike, you're still going to have health care. Like people here have no social safety net. It's just too risky. Other countries have the ability to do that. They have that capability. And that's what we need to be doing over the next few years. And that's one of the key things is building up mutual aid and support networks so that people can afford to strike. Because the people that are in like unions, yes, some unions have good strike funds, but we need all the people that are your gig workers, the people that aren't unionized, that might not ever get unionized. We need to be on strike for all those people too. So we need to have some sort of mutual aid funds set up. So that's one of the things that was on that General Strike US website. A former slate mate of mine, Rebecca Parsons, I noticed that she has started a general strike fund. And just that is what we need to be doing because we're going to have to help ourselves.
Right.
That's just going to have to happen. And so the way I see it is if we look at May Day 2028, that's how much time we have to get this shit together so that people can afford to walk out. And that's when the three biggest unions all have their contracts up for renegotiation.
Well, yeah, I think a mutual aid fund is hugely important, especially if you're going to organize mass work stoppages, because not everybody's going to be able to pull through that. In fact, a lot of people aren't. And I think the mutual aid component is absolutely critical because you can't ask people to put themselves out of house and home, for a general strike. I mean, part of why people are inclined to cross a picket line is because they get desperate. And so I think like that piece of it is absolutely necessary, 100%.
I also think, as you guys have pointed out time and again, as we tried to point out, when you give so much of your time, your effort, your money, and granted for many people, there's not a lot, but you believe in an idea, you don't want to constantly be questioning whether or not the people who you are entrusting your money and the leadership responsibilities with, that they're eventually going to cave and screw you over when it's all said and done.
Right.
So what I think Kshama represents more than anybody else is somebody who has a track record of not letting workers down, of basically fighting the belly of the beast in one of the most corporate cities in the world, forget the United States. But the fact that she took on Jeff Bezos, who, I mean, it's 6 of one, half a dozen of the other. You want to argue who is the most tyrannical billionaire, but he's right up there in terms of the absolute worst people. And she fought him and she won.
He has consciously cultivated a Lex Luthor look.
On purpose.
He's not even trying to hide it.
Not at all. Oh, and that's why I think Bezos is one of the worst, because much like Gates, I think he embraces being a bad guy. Like he enjoys people hating his guts. Like he gets off on it. And I think Kshama is the type of person, as we saw a little while ago, that when she says that we're trying to raise money for a workers' fund so that we can fight this the right way going forward, I think people, as trepidatious as they may feel, actually believe in the idea that this might actually work, because this is somebody who has proven time and again that they are trustworthy with the cause, which is more important than anything.
All right. Well, it's very well said. Jen Perlman and Pete Eager, we got to let you go. We got to move the chains. We got some other guests we got to welcome, but thank you guys so much for your help with this event and for coming on. Tell people where they can find you.
We are at Generational Change. We do 2 live streams a week. We do Monday and Thursday evenings, and normally at 7 o'clock Eastern time. Peter?
Yes, and if you are so inclined, we hope that you will go over there and make sure that you subscribe. If you do, we really appreciate all the hard work that Keaton and Russell have done. We've been with them since they were a small channel. We really saw the potential, and we're so glad to see that things have taken off for you guys. Keep fighting the good fight, and we're with you. It's class solidarity, and we appreciate all.
We never thought we would get that Katzenberg money, man, but
yeah, right.
It's crazy.
Well, thank you guys for the solidarity. We appreciate you. It's been too long, and we'll talk to you soon.
Bye, guys.
All righty. Bye-bye.
All right, so Keith, we got a breakout group over here. Do you want to hear a little bit of it? In which case, I will turn down the volume on the monitor.
Yeah, why not? We'll go to that for a few minutes, and then I got our next guest will come in. Sorry, Professor. We're gonna eavesdrop on a breakout group for a minute. So the conference is in recess. Yeah, it's hard to hear.
Worldwide have to leave their homes and become refugees. Immigrants the working people are also hungry to find anger against the parties and the elite, like both the Democratic and Republican parties in the U.S. is at a historic time. The question is, what strategy does the working class use to actually win victory against the bosses, the billionaires and their political servants, and again making their lives better? The reality is, all of the problems we face are being driven by the wealthy as part of their system, capitalism, that builds their profit off of the labors of working people and the resources of this world. Oil companies want all the oil in the world to be sold and burned. They don't care about the ongoing climate crisis. Billionaires want to reduce wages and raise costs and engage in vicious investing. Because of
Hey, Russ, can you hear me?
Trump is surrounded by billionaires like Musk, Bezos, Mark Zuckerberg. All of them are anti-union.
All right. Well, I'm going to bring in our guest now. It's a little hard to hear, so I'm going to bring in our guest, who is next. You all know him on Twitter, Professor Zankus, Anthony Zankus. What's up?
Hey.
Hey.
How's it going? How's it going, Keaton and Russ?
Great to see you. Russ, can you hear me?
Good to be here.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it. I don't know how familiar you are with Kshama. I assume you follow these things kind of closely in terms of labor organizing, post-duopoly organizing. Your Twitter account is a great account. I recommend everybody following it. Have you watched any of the conference?
Yeah, I actually saw Kshama Sawant's speech, Chris Hedges, and most of Jill Stein.
Great.
So, yeah.
Great. Awesome. What did you think? I thought the speakers are great. I thought it was very
Phenomenal.
impressive with all three of them.
Yeah, I mean, these are the leading thinkers of like the vanguard of our pro-worker cross-section of society movement. And I think all three of them combine to give a really full picture of where we are and where we need to go. And so, like, to drill down on what that means, like, you know, they were all very clear that we have to join ranks with folks we may not agree with everything on, and unite as workers. And I think it left me with an optimistic feeling, which I will admit, that's because Chris Hedges was bookended between the two of those. Just listening to Chris can be a little you know, he's seen more, and so there's a lot of gravity in what he says. But the three of them together really laid out a really complete picture of where we are and where we need to go, and clearly pointing fingers at both the Democrats and the Republicans, and I think that was most important.
Yeah, I think it is. I think that post-duopoly message is as needed now as it's ever been, if not more, because I think there is a tendency for people to be so sort of overwhelmed and overcome with a certain schadenfreude about the Democrats getting what was coming to them for having funded this genocide, that I think it's tough for people to see as clearly as they should the threats of the GOP and Trump under this, what I consider to be a psyop of Doge, which is just, you know, manufacturing consent for the billionaire takeover of government. I think it's important. I think that post-duopoly message is more important now than it's ever been. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I like that you said psyop. I mean, it's purposeful chaos. You know, that whole move fast and break things thing. He's trying to get people off their footing by just maniacally going through federal programs willy-nilly and just hiring people and shutting stuff down, regardless of its impact. And I think that is, you know, that is the message. They're just going to run ripshod, and it's meant to throw us off, and it's meant to make us feel powerless. If we had an opposition party in the Democrats, then we'd have someone to put our faith in, that they weren't going to stand for it and they would go down fighting even if they didn't win every battle. We don't have that. I mean, what Hakeem Jeffries came out and said, well, there's nothing we can do, we're not in power, right? And so
right.
I like, my liberal friends are pissed off, you know, and I'm happy to see they're kind of coming around, like, God, you know, this, what do you mean you can't fight? Kathy Hochul didn't fire Mayor Adams, who publicly made a quid pro quo with Trump and
Right.
said, I'll enforce your horrible immigrant policies if you drop the charges against me. This is publicly done, and she didn't fire him. So, like, if there's an encapsulation of the message, the Democrats will not fight against the Republicans for us. And good that it happened so soon, all in the first month.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a real difference between this time and last time. You know, you've had a big Twitter account for a while. You've been in the Twitter trenches for a while. You've gotten a big following there. A huge difference, I think, between this Trump election and last Trump election. Well, we see it in the numbers. In February of 2017, congressional Democrats had a 59% approval rating with their base. Now they have a 40% approval rating with their base.
Yeah. And it's going down.
Huge difference, yes.
But I just want to say, I don't want everyone to think it's just because I say great things. Most of those followers are because of my OnlyFans side account.
Okay.
So, you know, listen, working boys.
They used to call them tweets. I hear they're changing the name to evidence.
Oh, but God.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly. Yes.
The two of you. But, you know, I want to try to understand the zeitgeist of the moment we're in. And I wondered what you guys, Keaton and Russ, think about this. Like, and I know you've talked about it because I've watched you. But, you know, I don't think the ruling class, I just had a conversation with a friend who was feeling very despondent and defeated and saying things like, it's all over. You know, there's nothing we can do. There won't be elections, and this is it. And I think, you know, my take is they want people to feel that defeated. And the reason they want them to feel that defeated is because they're losing. They being the rulers, the oligarch class, plutocrats. They are losing. If they weren't losing, and this is just my shit take on this, they wouldn't need the circus that is Doge. If they really had all this control, they would just quietly move the levers of government in their favor like they've always done. Their control is slipping, and I think the shot across the bow, no pun intended, was the public reaction to Luigi Mangione, the alleged shooter of the
He didn't
CEO,
do
Brian
nothing.
Thompson.
Yeah.
I don't think they
He was
planned
out
on it.
taking a walk.
Yeah.
What?
He was out taking a walk.
Yeah, our line on that is he didn't do nothing.
He wanted some McNuggets, and they grabbed him.
Yeah.
Listen, I mean, by the way, I haven't seen any of the evidence, so I can't even say like, oh yeah, he probably. No, I don't know.
Hey, look, they want us to believe. So here's my line on this, and if just one juror agrees with us, then justice will be served in this case, because obviously it's a terrible thing that happened, and justice needs to be done, but they have the wrong guy, right? So I don't know how you make the case that a guy who was smart enough to pull off that crime on camera and then escape a city through tunnels and bridges would then be dumb enough to keep the murder weapon on him and to not and to keep his manifesto on him. I don't buy that.
This guy was the D.B. Cooper of corporate assassinations.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So
that
seems like foul play to me.
I'm most, and I think there's a lot to be said on that. It's not a lot, but the thing I'm most interested in is the ruling class, the oligarchs, how they are feeling and knowing that such a large swath of Americans weren't too upset by the crime of Brian Thompson getting killed. And I think there's a real significance in that the press mainstream legacy doesn't want to talk about. I just wondered what you thought.
Well, this is what I see, and it's hard to say how much it represents the general public and how much it represents a lot of people with broken hearts and broken minds, predominantly male, who hang around the comments section. We said online's not real life, and then it turned out it was. So I don't want to dismiss it as, well, this is fringe. But you see a lot of people who, I think particularly for young men, they are freaking broken, man. They are broken. And they are broken to the point that it is very easy to make them think of the victories of oligarchs as their victories, as they are so desperate for any sense that they're winning anything, that they have any power or any control. It's what I've come to call the peasant mind, which is largely defined by the need to identify with your betters in order to feel better about yourself. That's what's underlying that impulse to cheer on somebody like Elon Musk saying, look, I found $1 million of waste, which may be true, may not be true. Do you have one more fucking dollar than you did last week? No. So why do you feel like you won something? Like you won something personally, because they haven't won anything in so long. And that's the genius of Trump's. You're going to win so much, people dismiss him as stupid. He's not stupid. Not in that way. He's very good with his marketing. He's very good at feeling where the energy is. You're going to get tired of winning. That is a great message for a generation that feels like they haven't won anything. And, it's not just younger people, but you get a lot of that online. And I see them cheering on just absolute fucking stupidity as if it's their victory that they, got rid of the third string assistant secretary of bullshit. Right. Like this is doing something for them.
Yes.
You see, they've been talked into the idea that cutting their own throat is okay as long as somebody else is getting their throat cut twice.
Wow. I think, here liberals, I ventured over to Blue Sky trying to see what they're talking about. And they're like,
you're a brave man.
Prices of eggs haven't come down. Are you happy now? And what they're missing is the fact that food prices have been so high for the past 2.5 years was a big part of the problem. And just because Trump isn't addressing it doesn't mean the Democrats did any better with it either. So when we boil it down, people really are at a point. I remember the interviews done in AOC's district, the part that's in Queens, which is working class, mostly non-white. And they interviewed these people on the street. after Trump won, and they were saying, like, yeah, I voted for Trump. Look at that store. That one closed. That restaurant's been gone 3 years now. And so, like, on both sides, people are feeling it. Of course, Trump gives the bright, shiny object with Doge, like, we're doing something. But it also shows, God, look what the Democrats could have done if they wanted to be a little more powerful. The good news, I just read in The Nation, Trump's numbers are coming down and Democrats are at an all-time low. And maybe we're finally getting to the point, I'm hoping, where people realize both parties are bullshit. And, independent media is going to be right at the forefront of that, I think. People aren't watching CNN and MSNBC anymore.
Yeah, no. Sorry, go ahead, Russell.
That's the opportunity in something like this, because I do believe the blush is going to come off the rose. You got a bunch of Silicon Valley move fast, break things guys working through the federal government with the philosophy of Elon Musk actually said, yeah, well, I'm shutting the money off to find out what it does. Well, hey man, you know what that's going to end up doing? Listeria, plane crashes. I hate to say it. I don't want to jinx myself. I'm about to take another flight. I have not been this nervous to fly, I think, ever in my life, man. Because these guys are just like, yeah, let's turn things off. Let's turn things on. Let's fire people. Let's see what happens. Let's just see what falls apart. Very Silicon Valley. And when things fail, okay, well, then we'll know we have to restore funding to that. They don't care how that's going to impact regular people. And when the MAGA base realizes that, there is an opportunity to make a counter argument. That opportunity is not there now. They're too busy winning. They're too busy thinking they're winning something.
And I think, and I believe that moment will come when Elon Musk goes the way of Vivek Ramaswamy and Trump realizes, because Trump is very transactional. Elon might be good for him now, but if the polls continue their trend, there's going to be a point when Trump loves more than anything else. He loves himself, and he won't let anybody drag him down. He'll get rid of him. He's not running for re-election. He doesn't need his money anymore.
Okay, so but you know what? Can he get rid of them? Because at this point, he is it's very Reagan-esque, man. He's a figurehead for the money behind him.
Ultimately,
did Reagan really have the power to get rid of the people who pulled his strings?
Well, yeah, I think Trump's a little smarter than Reagan, but he's still a puppet. We'll have to wait and see, but I think no matter what, the shine is going to wear off. What work we need to do now is to be ready to take up the task of making bridges, building those bridges with other working class folks, just like Christian Smalls did at that Staten Island Amazon warehouse.
Yep.
And I do want to say something else, though. I'm glad Kshama Sawant said it. Chris Hayes. Oh my God, no.
Chris Hedges, yeah.
I know, yeah. Chris Hedges kind of mentioned it a little bit, but in building those bridges, we do not throw oppressed and vulnerable communities under the bus. And I want leftists to be aware that will not work. So whether it's the queer or trans communities, listen, my friends in the queer community in New York City are working class. Most of them didn't vote for either party. So whatever the establishment virtue is, we need to get people from all areas in on this because everybody's getting shafted. And I think it's a beautiful thing. I really do have hope because things are so bad. People are finally waking up, and the fact is, they don't believe the shit coming from either side. Most people. Because support for Democrats is minute, support for Republicans right now is a little bit higher, but none of them have majority support. We do. the independents, and I think now's the time for us. This conference you're at, I'm so jealous you're there. How come Keaton didn't get to go?
Well, I'll explain in my
trip
speech.
to Connecticut is exotic.
Yeah. Give you a sneak peek of my speech. It's because my USAID check didn't clear this month. That's why I couldn't afford the flight. All right, Professor, we got to move the chains, but thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it, man. Great to see you as always. We hope to talk to you again soon. Everybody follow Prof. Zenkis on Twitter while his account is still active. Thank you, Professor.
Later, guys.
Appreciate you.
See you later.
All right. Bye-bye. All righty, folks. Beautiful. All right. Thank you, guys. We got some super chats we will be displaying. So we're going to be displaying super chats throughout the day here. We fight Dems because they're standing in the way. Absolutely. Thanks, James Van Der Zan and Philip Blair. When you see Democrats and Bernie Sanders literally quoting Scott Gottlieb, the face of Big Pharma, broken heart, broken heart, broken heart. All right, folks. So the conference is getting started in a little over a half an hour. I did mention we have a surprise guest at 5:30, and we will now deliver on that surprise guest. You all know her, host of the Bad Faith podcast, former co-host at The Hill Rising, whatever happened there, as they say, Brianna Joy Gray. Brianna, what's up?
I'm doing well. It's good to be with you guys.
Great.
Be still my heart.
Great to be with you. Yes, thanks so much for being here. Appreciate it. I appreciate it so much.
I wish I could be there in person with you, Russ.
The last time I saw you, you were being shouted at by Konstantin Kassim.
That was the first effort to get me fired. Was trying to make clips from that event, which were in no way remarkable or problematic, go viral in an effort to get me fired from the Hill. Took 2 bites of the apple. What can I say? The Zionists are getting weak. Took 2 bites of the apple and finally ousted me.
Yeah,
that was a rough and eye-opening weekend. I was there the whole weekend. And
what was it? Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
I in my personal, honestly, I mean, we talked about this a little when we were on your show. In my frustration with liberals hiding behind identity politics, I had taken that crew a lot more seriously than I should have until I went to that conference. And it was very, very eye-opening how hypocritical all of their supposed stances on free speech and open debate actually were. And particularly when I saw how their ideas about foreign policy literally could have come off Antony Blinken's desk. Like there was no daylight between them and Biden's State Department at all. You know, they had the whole display about Uyghur slave labor. Yo, man, we got slave labor right here. Right here.
I don't know how you did it. I mean, it's an interesting thing. You know, like I came onto the scene as a journalist in large part writing about the weaponization of identity. And no one can credibly accuse me of not being on the vanguard of, frankly, calling out the way the Democratic Party was using Black and brown people and women and gay people, et cetera, as a human shield to avoid offering substantive material politics. That being said, I think there has been some slippage in certain parts of the left to, you know, moving from I think a good faith and necessary critique of the way identities have been weaponized to like not guarding enough against the ways that identity continues to be exploited by the right in the form of racism and sexism and bigotry and homophobia to galvanize a different segment of the population and to have a defense against that. And now that, you know, Trump and Musk and all these people are here very openly trading in these roundly discredited IQ-based talking points. I mean, the writing is on the wall. I did an episode about this a couple of weeks ago with a professor. Is there a book behind me? With a professor who wrote about this very issue and the parallels between the contemporary eugenics movement that is emerging and the eugenics movement of the 19th century. And the name of the game is, you know, we might think it's innocuous, like I think IQ tests are real, or I think IQ tests aren't accurate predictors of intelligence, but that's kind of immaterial. What they want to do is try to create a different hierarchy of substantive value that's based on something other than your intrinsic rights as a human being or your rights under the Constitution. They want to turn it into a merit framework, which seems fair until you start to realize that your ability to eat, be housed, have healthcare, et cetera, are all based on whether some wealthiest guy in the history of the world thinks you have an IQ high enough to deserve the the things that we have come to understand as either constitutional rights or what I would prefer is human rights that are intrinsic and inalienable. So that's the name of the game. And it's hard to address that and push back against that and fight back meaningfully without understanding all of the social science that is about race and about gender and about all of this stuff that has been under attack, sometimes rightly, but sometimes there's been some overreach over the past few years. And I don't think it's an accident that the Christopher Rufos of the world came after a certain kind of analysis. Yes, there are these excesses on the edges, which need to be taken down because they discredit the whole thing. But there also is a substantive analysis of like decades and decades of research as to why the eugenics is bad, actually. That also is the baby that's being thrown out with the bathwater when they do things like in these humanities departments.
Hey, hold on, Russell, what's going on with your microphone? For some reason I can't hear you.
Oh, sorry if you were trying to interrupt me and I just believe it.
No. I just say, Russell, we lost his sound. You might want to go out and come back in. Brianna, I think your mic is coming off your computer, not your microphone. I don't know if there's a way to adjust that. If you go to settings down there, you should be able, and you go to audio, you should be able to switch it.
My bad.
Oh, there you go. Now you sound great. All right, perfect. All right, Russ, I'm going to have to remove that Russ and enter this Russ. Russ, you there?
Testing.
Good.
Am I good?
Beautiful. All right, better. Go ahead. What you were going to say?
Me or Brianna?
You were just responding to what Brianna said.
I think that with a lot of this stuff, like Professor Zenkis just brought up, not throwing trans people under the bus, and that's come up at this conference. There are quite a few trans people running it, and I think we're talking about two different things. I think there's a legitimate human rights movement, and I think there are grifters who have capitalized on a legitimate concern to sell books, to sell speeches, to sell consultancies to corporations looking to run cover for and protect themselves against lawsuits. And I think that has, unfortunately, because the corporate media and the Democratic Party had an interest in putting that front and center in the public mind, that is what those movements are. And it's hurt those communities most of all. Because now I think for a lot of people, statements that would have been considered innocuous even 10 years ago, we're against sexism and racism. As soon as they hear it, they go, wow, they're woke.
Yeah, I mean, it's worse than that, Russ. I mean, they're fully out here doing race science. I mean, they're fully on Twitter, like fully Elon Musk, not like a fringe account, not like, this is not. So
everyone's autistic over there. They're all throwing Nazis.
Yeah, Bannon did it again, just as a troll. Just thought he would just test the waters. Yeah.
Bannon is out here saying anti-Zionist Jews are the biggest threat in the world and inciting violence against them.
Yep.
Right.
Which we take personally, obviously. Yeah.
I mean, I tweeted earlier, like between the Ashkenazi Jewish guy, Israeli guy who shot the two Mizrahi Jews, thinking that they were Palestinians. The one with the most recent one,
Dr. Stein, I come say hi to Brianna.
Hey, Brianna.
Hi, Dr. Stein. How are you?
Good to see you. You've been on lots of minds and hearts today here at this really wonderful meeting. We're sending a lot of love for all that you do.
Well, it's reciprocal. I wish I could be there. I'm very excited to see and to hear more about all that's going on from the two of you as well. I mean, you as well, obviously, Dr. Stein. But
I'm in these too. Thank you.
We'll have to get you back on the podcast soon, maybe for a debrief about all of this, maybe with Kshama.
Hey, there you go. That's something.
It's awesome, and thank you for lifting it up, Brianna, for that interview that we did and all the time and what you do. But it's so exciting to me. It just feels like it is the fulfillment. It's kind of like beyond our wildest dreams, how much this is clicking right now. People so want this to happen. And it feels like the work that we did in the campaign of just sort of, road testing this. It worked so well. And it is so time urgent. And people just are desperate right now. So it's very exciting.
I feel it. I did Josh Cicerella's podcast well, we recorded it way back in like mid-January, but it just came out, and I noticed that a lot of his audience are the kind of people who have not been very appreciative or respectful of me and my ideas about needing to abandon the Democratic Party. But after that interview, I looked at the comments, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, I hated Brianna, but she's making some points. And yes, I agree. I think the Democratic Party is over." And I'm seeing a shift, not just among all of us who have been here for a while, but among some of the more like TYT left audience, if you can call it that, people who are like anti-force the vote, and people who like are worried about being too antagonistic to the Democratic Party. And I do think that people are actively looking for a place to land, and so I think this is very, very well timed. I'm curious, Dr. Stein, what you think of the timing of Bernie going on this tour, and the role that that's playing in sort of sucking up the frustration and siphoning it back into the party, the Democratic
Yeah, so
Party.
if I could just interject, I'll let you answer, Jill, but I just want to make sure everybody knows what we're talking about. So Bernie just launched this anti-oligarchy tour for his first 2 stops in Nebraska and Iowa. He launched it last night, coincidentally.
The weird thing is he got
this event.
Aerosmith to open.
Yeah, right, exactly. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
No,
Dr. Stein, please.
Well, things are that weird now, you know.
Yeah.
Among the celebrity crowd, you know, that it wouldn't be impossible in my mind. But I'm glad to hear that that didn't happen. But yeah, you know, you used the words sucking up, Brianna, and I was going to use that term about what Bernie is doing right now. You know, it feels like it is a suck up. You know, it's a suck up to billionaire power, and his jumping on the, you know, the Trump's Ukraine position just seemed like especially cheap and misguided, and to be identifying right now with more people should die in Ukraine, you know, like that's supposed to, you know, elevate our thinking about this. It's kind of disgusting. And I'm hearing so many people say, oh, been there, done that. You know, we've seen, you know, Bernie just sheepdogging for the Democrats. He's doing that now. It feels like the Democrats are very uneasy right now because they are proving themselves irrelevant again. You know, here earlier in the conference, I was bringing to people's attention what happened in South Korea, you know, as the answer to the chief Democrat suck up, you know, in the House, saying, what can we do? You know, what can we do? It's their government. It's not our government. You know,
We have no leverage.
Well, it's like, look at South Korea. You know, they mobilized at 10 o'clock at night. They came out and scaled the walls, scaled the fences that the, you know, where martial law had just been declared. And the objective of this, you know, of the president gone berserk was to keep the legislature from meeting so that they wouldn't overrule him. But they scaled the walls, and their legislative aides did the same, and 16,000 people showed up that night. You know, that's what we need to be doing. You know, it's like, if you can't figure out how to fight back, it's just confirmation that you should not be here. You should not be in this position. You should not be pretending to represent us.
Well, did you see the
not.
Democratic Party's version of that, where they went up to the office building, wherever it was? Yeah. What building was that? What,
Thank you for your service.
Yeah, they went up to the building.
That was the USAID building.
Was that the USAID building or the Department of whatever? Something that was being cut. They go up to the building. They're going to storm the Bastille, and the guard out there standing, you can't come in. It's, oh, okay. Well, thank you for your service. Turn around and go home.
So there's no way we can.
So there's no way we can't get a selfie in the lobby real quick and then turn around. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, but this is part of the problem. Look, with January 6th, I always quoted the line in Apocalypse Now, give me 2 battalions of such men and our trouble in this country would be over very quickly. Mm-hmm. We don't have people with the fortitude to do what you're describing in South Korea. We just don't. Those animal spirits have largely departed from left movements, and we need to recover those kinds of people. I think a lot of those people are in the working class, and they got convinced, largely by the Democrats throwing them overboard. These guys on the other side, at least they don't talk to me like they hate me.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And this has been going on a long time. What's new here, remember 1,000 seats from state legislatures were lost by the Democrats by the end of Obama's term. It was under Obama that you really saw people hit the wall with the Democratic Party. So it's like, this is not new. This is just kind of a very well-established trend now that people are not buying the BS. And Democrats lost not only 1,000 seats in state legislatures, they lost 64 seats in Congress at that time. This is when they lost their congressional majority. Yeah, people were done with the Democrats at that time. And Joe Biden kind of crawled his way back in after Obama. But, it's not like people are for Trump. They're just against Democrats.
That's it.
And so, the Democrats are really nervous now because people are also learning, oh my God, Trump's not going to do it for us either. They might discover another alternative. So the Democrats are ramping up their attack on us now. It's again, a thing to be excoriating our campaign for having, brought genocide on Gaza or, the scourge of Trump. They're blaming this on us. When in fact,
it's not sticking though. I gotta say, I've noticed a couple of things, and I saw Caitlin Johnson and some others talking about how I think when you sometimes I think when you have a really a large account, you can kind of feel these trends coming in waves because there's so many data points, and I can feel a shift. One, the Hezbollah has been at a 9 for a week. It's at 11. Israel is clearly preparing to do something very, very bad, and you can feel it.
Well, once phase 1 of the ceasefire ends, this is I don't think they're going to break phase 1. I think they're going to use this to cancel it after phase 1, so they get as many of their hostages back before they unleash hell. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, no, but the other thing that I'm noticing is a higher level of engagement from all of the dim validators, the Matt Iglesias and the Nate Silvers, who typically, frankly, don't engage me, but who have been engaging everyone who is resurfacing arguments about Bernie's electability in 2016 and 2020, and who are making the case about how that was the off-ramp for the Democratic Party if it wanted to preserve itself and maintain any kind of credibility. And so if you look, they're all fiercely, Eric Levitz, they're all fiercely engaging anybody who has the temerity to say Bernie would have won. Look at how popular Bernie is on this tour, as frustrating as it is that he's only doing it now and he's only doing it to rehabilitate the Democratic Party. The idea that people are motivated by wanting to attack an oligarchy is right and true and popular. And the people who told you for the last 8 years that those ideas were bad and wrong and no one understands what oligarchy is, as Jamel Hill from ESPN is out here arguing, have egg on their face. So they're in this rehabilitation mode. They're in this panic mode because their credibility in the media ecosystem that has benefited them so much for all of these years is draining fast. Not because it's just leftists attacking them. We've always been upset with them. But because now it's mainstream folks who genuinely thought, foolishly, but nonetheless, genuinely thought that the Democratic Party was going to do something about this fascism that they've been hand-wringing about for the last 8 years. They're panicking, and there's an opportunity here.
Yeah, this to me seems to be the biggest difference between this time and 2017. I brought this up a couple of times on the stream already. Polling in February 2017 showed Democratic congressional members, Congress people and senators, had a 59% approval rating with the Democratic base. Now they have a 40% approval rating with the Democratic base. It's a huge swing.
I haven't seen any numbers on it. I don't know if any exist. I suspect that Bernie at this point has been so cowed, broken, and mainstreamed that the people going to his rallies now are lips. I would be very surprised if it was his own coalition that are watching him. I think he's become so normal and acceptable among Democrats that the MSNBC crowd are probably the ones watching these streams.
Well, I mean, they might not like him, but he's the only game in town because Hakeem Jeffries says, well, what are we going to do? We can't do anything. So if he shows up in Nebraska, they're going to come see him. And they did. I mean, he had a good turnout. He had, I think, 2,600 people with an 800 seat overflow room. That's because, you know, I mean, that really tells you what shambles the Democratic Party is in. That their rank and file people are coming out for Bernie Sanders. Most of the people in that audience probably blamed him for Trump in the first place 8 years ago. Yeah. That just shows you how little they're getting from Schumer and, you know, Jeffries and the rest of them.
And the fact that they're daring to elevate him now.
Go ahead.
Traditional Democrats are elevating Bernie Sanders right now. Really tells you how incredibly desperate they are.
Right.
They truly don't have a choice. I mean, to your point, I mean, there's no other game in town. Like the cameras don't know where to point. Except for I guess I'll follow Bernie on the oligarchy tour. But I saw somebody, they were tweeting things like, okay, well, why didn't he do this in 2017? My brother in Christ, like,
right.
I was there, like, I remember him doing a big tour in 2017, and he went and he debated Marco Rubio on healthcare. The man's been trying, and I raised that not to credit what he's doing right now, which is the sheepdogging, but to say, like, it has been a long journey. Like, to the extent that there are people who consider me to be a bad faith actor who just like hates the Democrats instinctively and like doesn't want to give them a chance and blah, blah, blah. No, it's been a like nearly decade long journey of them proving in every conceivable way that they're not going to do the thing, that they're not going to fight, that they are going to have more energy to defeat Bernie and his milquetoast social democrat ideas from 60 years ago than they ever would a so-called, you know, fascist like Donald Trump. And I think it's the Democrats they're hoisted by their own petard because of how viscerally they talked about Donald Trump and the gap between the threat that they perceived. And I think it's accurate. I mean, the man is terrorizing the country right now. But the gap between the threat that they described in him and their willingness to fight, which has just become in stark relief right now and has infuriated so many liberals that I know. Like, Biden defending liberals feel like they've been left high and dry. They never imagined in a million years. And all of me explaining for the last 4 years, here's what happened with Force the Vote. Here's how Schumer rigged the $15 minimum wage so it wouldn't be in the COVID relief package. They didn't want to hear any of that. But when middle-class federal employees are losing their jobs and USAID employees are not getting checks, suddenly there's a kind of a visceral reality to it that I guess they didn't really care much about when it was about people who've been on a federal minimum wage since 2009 that hasn't been raised for the longest period of time since the advent of a minimum wage.
Yeah, totally. And it was Biden, remember, who cut 24 million people out of Medicaid. And that's more than even what the Republicans under Trump's proposal is contemplating now. They drastically undercut the SNAP program and food stamps more than what Trump is proposing now. Biden ended the pause on student debt payments and brought back what was about an additional $300 per month on average that people are paying, and, you know, forced lots of people back into poverty on that account. So it's like the Democrats' record is catching up to them. Trump is horrible. People are alarmed, but, you know, to look at the material impacts right now, they're not so different from what either Democrats have done or Democrats were trying to accomplish, like Obama with his grand bargain, who was trying to cut Medicare and Social Security as well. So it's just catching up to them, and it's about time. In many ways, it's just the fulfillment of what drove, you know, all those losses of the Democrat representatives in Congress and in state legislatures. This is just a continuation of the billionaires who continue to own both political parties. Trump may have had, you know, bigger donors. In fact, I don't know if you are aware of this, I was blown away. 44% of Trump's donations came from 10 people.
Yeah, I hadn't heard that until you said that.
That is in...
Well, it makes sense when you look at Elon's donations alone.
It totally does.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. And then the woman, the widow of
Miriam
Sheldon
Adelson, yeah.
Miriam
So there you go.
Adelson,
That's $350 million
the two
right
of
there.
them right there.
Yeah.
But basically his campaign is serving 10 people. and they have just a massive manufactured consent campaign around that, but people don't support it, even with this 24/7 wall-to-wall propaganda. People don't support this, and the numbers are increasingly turning against Trump as well on the specifics of his policy. He now has a net negative rating in terms of his approval. So this isn't going to last. You can't defy gravity for very long, and they've kind of come back down, and they're going further down from here. There's nothing in Trump's agenda to help everyday people. It assuages, those who think that migrants, those who've been persuaded by Democrats and Republicans that migrants are the source of our drug epidemic and crime and all that. Those who've been talked into that by the bipartisan propaganda. But aside from that, there is no social benefit that comes with Trump's package at all. And people are mobilizing against it. So it really is a perfect storm right now. And for us to be coming together across the Green Party and Workers Strike Back is extremely exciting right now.
It really is. What you just said, I've been thinking a lot about all of the things that Trump is doing and how difficult it seems to be for the Democratic Party to get folks to connect with that. There is, obviously bubbling resentments that are happening, and to your point about Trump's popularity. But I keep thinking about the $1 billion that they spent on Kamala in a month.
Right.
And how far that could go with just simple, not bombastic, not overly ideological, just fact-based ads. 10 people contributed this amount to Donald Trump's campaign. This is what those 10 people are getting in return. Is this benefiting you?
Yeah.
That's it. Because whoever made this point, I don't know if it was here or maybe I just read a tweet before I came on. The idea of oligarchy, for all the people are debating that particular word, the idea that the government doesn't work for you because it's corrupt is the most obvious thing to everybody who's ever worked a job in their life. Everyone hates the boss. Everybody understands that it's corrupt. Everybody understands that people aren't getting their just desserts. That's the most. And I think I saw some poll that showed among people who have stepped away from politics and who are non-voters or who just are disaffected, I don't vote because it doesn't work. It doesn't have an effect because it's corrupt. It's the number one thing. And so the idea that Democrats can't push that message, they can't push the message because they're corrupt too. And they've got the new DNC chair. His first notable quotable is there's some good billionaires too, hashtag not all billionaires. And they had JB Pritzker at the DNC talking about, I'm a real billionaire. I'm Trump, he's a schmuck millionaire. Get it together. But they literally cannot adopt this. The idea that we're arguing about the word oligarchy, there's not a thing that Bernie could say. There's not a way he could phrase it that could get adopted full force by the Democratic Party because they're constitutionally unable to take that line of attack because they're in agreement with Donald Trump on that issue.
Right. Exactly.
And remember, Kamala Harris set the record for number of billionaires contributing to the campaign. She just didn't have billionaires contributing $250 million, like Trump had. But she otherwise, they're totally billionaires.
What we small hats call the schnorrer billionaires.
Yeah, the good ones, the Shark Tank, Mark Cuban, and the nice ones who aren't open Nazis. To their credit.
Let me ask both of you this, because you both know him personally. You actually worked for him. This is one of the great mysteries, I think, for rank and file people like me and Keaton who worked on the campaign and were very excited by the campaign. Why did he bend the knee? Is it what Hedges said? He didn't want to be nadered? Is that what it is? What? My good friend Joe Biden, how do you do that? You spent your whole, if you just wanted to be a regular Democrat, you could have just done that. Why fight all these battles just to empower these people? Why?
And he does it over and over and over again. And he goes to the mat and he gets, has the mat just pulled right out from under him. Why does he keep doing it? My sense, I don't know him personally because he's always refused to ever talk to me or the Green Party. He has never acknowledged our existence. And the sense I have of him from a distance.
See, I
is
figured back in the day,
No.
before he got famous, he would have talked to you. No,
No.
not even then.
Well, I wasn't like active to where he would have had reason to talk to me. Like I went to a talk that he gave maybe 20 years ago in Vermont about toxics in the water or something, and it all seemed really great. But we didn't have any reason. I wasn't really active at the time, so he had no reason to talk to me. But my sense, that thing about not wanting to be nadered, he said that. It's not just that he's quoted about that, but that's what he said. He did not want to become socially isolated like Ralph Nader, and he was afraid that if he stood up to the Democratic Party that he wouldn't have a political home. And my sense is that he just lives in that moral and cultural universe. He's just been around Washington, D.C. too long, and that's like his frame of reference, and I think he's gone. I don't think you come back from that once you unlearn reality. It's hard to come back. So I just don't see him as somebody to waste time on, actually. I don't know.
Yeah,
What's your thought?
it's hard to know. All I've heard is that Nader quote. Also, it is a weird thing, because the thing that made us trust Bernie was his long career and the consistency over the course of his career. And it does feel like the heel turn happened right at the end, like right when he had the potential to really affect a change. And so if you don't want to be remembered as Ralph Nader, first of all, that's such an odd thing to say for someone whose own personal history should lead him to a place of deeply respecting Ralph Nader. Like in my house, Ralph Nader is a hero. I grew up being told Ralph Nader was a hero. My mom subscribes to Consumer Reports and who was talked about like a founding father or something. I'm sure it's talked about in somebody else's home that has different kind of priorities.
When I was a little kid, that was the height of his career. Like, everybody loved Ralph Nader back then.
Everybody loved Ralph Nader. Yeah. And so, like, I even that really rubs me the wrong way. Like, if I die many years from now, hopefully, and somebody says, "Wow, Brianna Joy Gray was a total Ralph Nader," I will be like, I'll be smiling down from whatever the afterlife is, or looking up maybe, I don't know, and thinking, golly, I did something right. So even that to me, I don't know. Sometimes I do wonder. We've seen a lot of things, and there's been a lot of arguments about compromise and what people have on people and what the CIA has been up to historically and what people are, the coercive powers of the government. And there's a lot of conversation happening about why it is that the Israel lobby is quite as influential as it is over every other lobby and interest group in the entire world. And I don't know, sometimes I think the most charitable version of what's going on with Bernie is that they have some a vice grip of some kind. Remember the stories about Jane embezzling money? Like, there's something maybe that he just doesn't want to blow up. Like, there's something. No one's perfect. People have made mistakes, and that there's just something that he doesn't want to come out and like ruin his family life or hurt somebody that he loves, and that's a reason. I'm not saying it's a good reason, but like a part of me is like, none of it honestly makes sense to me outside of it like a threat. But maybe that's me trying to just have a charitable reading of someone who I genuinely believed in for a long time and who like committed a year of my life to.
Well, maybe he can tell like Trump, "Hey, I'll get rid of these migrants in Montpelier, Vermont. You just have to give me immunity against the bribery charges of my wife, whatever she did." He'll make a deal, and then he can speak out. Maybe that's his way to go. Pull an Eric Adams.
I thought I was going to a political fundraiser. It was at Diddy's house. I had no idea.
Yeah, I had no idea.
Yeah. I feel like it's hard to put yourself in the head of a politician who lives in Washington and who's been doing that world for decades and for whom that is like become reality. And there may be, excusable reasons, or they may just be kind of brain dead reasons, but I feel like it doesn't matter. And it's not a good use of our time to engage in speculation. What's very helpful, I think, is to just know the foolishness of what he's saying, the wisdom of Ralph Nader. Every time I'm compared to Ralph Nader, I am grateful, and I feel like I don't deserve to be in the same sentence as Ralph Nader, but if you want to think that, bring it on. And anybody with a real understanding of history and politics should know that. And to me, that in itself is a really sad commentary on Bernie Sanders that he would even say such a thing, that dominates his understanding of Ralph Nader. And that's the difference between him and, Chris Hedges on that. And
well, and everybody here at the conference, and this whole space, which really he should be in. Like, if he really wanted to do something, if he really wanted to make a splash, he should be there in Seattle now.
Never in a
that would be
million
something,
years.
but never in a million years would that happen. But the other thing, I think, if we're, just looking back on the Bernie campaigns, especially in 2016, I think one of the things that I think we have the opportunity to really prove beyond a reasonable doubt to the whole country is that we, meaning this faction of the left, all of us here, we were right all along. Now, the Matt Iglesiases and all of Bree's haters will never admit that, but they're forced into believing it. They know. I think they know that now. I think almost everybody understands that now. That we are the one thing this country has not tried yet, right? When you talk about 8 years of Obama didn't work, so they went to Trump. Then 4 years of Biden were a disaster. Now they're back to Trump. This is going to be a disaster. It already is in a lot of ways. Like, I think there is an opportunity now to make the case, hey, we are the people, we were the canary in the coal mine back in 2016. We're the one group you haven't given a chance yet. Don't you think we were right all along? I always consider 2024 to be kind of a question of which of the previous two campaigns was the accident, which was the blip on the radar. Was it 2016 or 2020? Was Trump's victory a fluke or was Biden's victory a fluke? And I think the 2024 verdict answered that definitively. No, it was Biden's victory that was the fluke. The slide from neoliberalism into fascism was the trajectory. The only reason you got a very brief and very mild reprieve, by the way. I mean, Biden was a fascist in his own right. We just had Professor Zinkas on, who teaches at Columbia University, where they sent hundreds of cops in to break up a peaceful sit-in. You got a very brief and mild reprieve, and now you're back down the fascism hole. I think this is the time to really communicate that we kind of had it right all along, and that we should get the ball.
100% it's the time, which is why they're doing all the counter messaging, because they don't want that. Because then what is the use of all of them? What is the use of Nate Silver and Matt Iglesias and all of them if they let that narrative take hold? I will say, though, it ultimately doesn't matter. They shouldn't be scared. They're not going to lose their jobs. It's not like CNN is going to be like, gosh, golly gee whiz, the fellows over at Due Dissidence got it right. Let's give them an 8 p.m. show.
Right.
Like, the people got to know what the skinny really is. I mean, it would be good business for them, frankly, if they did that.
Now. You didn't hear, Brianna?
What's that?
We are the media now, sorry.
Okay. Like, I think you guys are genuinely entertaining. It would be like, if capitalism really were about the cream rising to the top, then they would actually, in fact, do that. But they're not going to do that for the same reasons that Chomsky talks about, for all of his vote blue, no matter whoing, that the reason there's ads for Raytheon on these shows is to control the message of what actually goes out over that programming. And the programming is never going to change. The nature of that media is never going to change. As much as I would love to be swooped in to like replace Rachel Maddow or whatever, like that's never going to happen. And so it's all about building independent media. It's all about doing exactly what you all are doing at that conference. It's all about drawing the contrasts between the truth and these media institutions who are having a crisis of confidence, and not letting people get distracted by what Bernie is doing, which is frustrating because in terms of messaging and how he's getting out there, that's exactly what Democrats should be doing. But we want people who are going to be doing it in good faith and not just to manufacture consent for a party that doesn't actually believe the kinds of things that Bernie is saying on the stump right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so many people are beyond even wanting to pay attention to that. I mean, I'm sure there is like the party face.
Oh, your sound cut out, guys. I can't hear you.
Yeah.
Oh, there. Now you're back. Are you back? Hold on.
I was just saying that so many people are beyond even paying attention to what Bernie is doing right now, or what the liberal media is saying about it. I think people are so strapped now, trying to pay their rent, trying to get their health care, trying to pay their debt. It's like people have just gotten into not caring, not paying attention, not to mention that according to polls, people no longer believe the big media anyhow. They don't. The Democrats, approval rate is like 31% now. It's the lowest that it has ever been since records were kept. I think we're kind of in a free-for-all moment right now, and you're it, you know. This is the media, you know. This is the media, and these are the networks, and this is the politics of our fight back, and we're it. We've been the ones we've been waiting for a long time, and I think it's just verified right now. It's like a reality check to be here and to see how many people from so many different walks of life have all wound up in the same place. And people are really, really hungry for a big fight back right now.
It feels like more like it did in 2016. To be, I mean, frank and honest, not to be a doomer. It feels like there's the vicious momentum of fascism. I never really took that seriously. I thought it was alarmist when they said it in 2016. I felt like Trump was policy-wise, performance-wise, he was a pretty conventional Republican who tweeted mean stuff and said the soft part out loud, but I didn't feel like it was really a change in kind. This is different. This is different. And Keaton put this very well, since we're talking about the media, the independent media. He said 2016 broke the liberals and 2024 broke the left. There are a lot of commenters who used to do very good work, who are playing footsie or wholly allowing themselves to commit to that movement, and it's very dangerous. That is where I really see this is different. Like, this has a momentum that is going to be very difficult to check. Not only a lot of that media ecosystem has been lost, but a lot of the people who follow those commentators and those outlets have also been lost. And these are the people who will say to us when we criticize the world's richest man, what are you, jealous? Like, that is, your mind is broken.
Yeah.
Just
Well, one of the
broken.
big things, I think the big difference maker is that now Trump has really cucked all of these big tech oligarchs. These people, one after the other, used to align with Democrats. That's why much of the populist right had an extra hard-on for the Democrats, because they had the Elons on their side. They had the Gateses, they had the Andreessens, they had the, what was the schmuck name? Jack Dorsey, they had him. Trump has now brought all of these people into his corner. So now you have a partnering of, you know, Donald Trump and a Republican majority with these tech oligarchs who have tremendous outsized power, and they are now under the same umbrella. I think that's what makes a big difference.
Yeah, I have an episode coming out on Monday where I talk to Mint press reporter Alan McLeod about some of his recent reporting, including like telling the story of how Elon Musk got so rich directly out of government contracts, and how it's this weird cyclical thing where he basically he has this, like, his CIA handler, this guy named Mike Griffin. Stop me if you know this already. This was all really interesting reporting to me. Who really shepherded his career and got him those first government contracts, and later became the head of NASA and facilitated him doing all the SpaceX stuff as well. He named his first kid after this guy, and this guy's been instrumental in his life and career, and how his billions came directly because he got positioned as like a defense contractor, a Raytheon, a defense contractor. So now they're in this relationship, in this symbiotic relationship, where Donald Trump, for all of his problems, had that weird, like, I can't quite be controlled. In his first term, they kind of have to wrestle him down off of some of the positions he made on the campaign stump. And he was wrestled down, and he did have the exact same foreign policy as everybody else. But there was this sense that there was a little bit of a friction between him and the Republican establishment. The idea that there could be any friction or pushback now, I'm concerned by, because Elon Musk is Raytheon. You can't cancel Raytheon. You made him rich, and now you're reliant on him for these national security needs, all of these satellites, all of these surveillance needs. If you need the U.S. imperialism, but that's the perspective of the government. So Elon is in control, not just because he's the richest man in the world, but because the U.S. defense and security apparatus relies on him. And what Alan ends up talking about, and I encourage you to listen to this episode in full, obviously, is how the next plan is to build a sort of Iron Dome for the United States of America that would insulate it against nuclear attack, thereby breaking up the idea of mutually assured destruction that has kept nuclear peace for the last 60 years or 50, whatever, however long ago the atom bomb was invented, and suddenly put America in the position where it can be antagonistic with nuclear weapons, thereby destroying the entire world. This is the Elon Musk project. This is why they're trying to flee to Mars. This is all that's happening right now. And it is so big and so terrifying. And the fact that that kind of a narrative is not being put in front of Americans as well. And they're still being convinced that this is just like a cool guy, even as he's like crashing out on some kind of drug fueled frenzy with Javier Milei and a chainsaw.
Yeah.
It's bonkers. Like, this is breaking me. I feel like living out. I'm about to live out over Elon Musk because I'm so infuriated.
No, look, listen, I understand what you're saying. It is, well, not only that, the trolling with the Nazi salutes and stuff. You know, they think they have their wind at their back and they're overstepping. And I think the fever will break. The big question is, will the fever break in time for the population to be empowered to do anything about it?
Right, but the fever has broken for the American people. I mean, the polls are very clear right now. People are not buying the magic of Elon Musk, and the numbers of people are tiny, even within the Republican Party, who want him to have a big impact on government. That's all been crushed. That has been lost, and now people are really mobilized against Elon Musk and everything that he represents. And, you know, in the same way that, you know, the magic and the power of the oligarchy and fascism, you know, is very dangerous. Well, the whole notion of U.S. military predominance is also really passé. It's not the case anymore. You know, Russia has hypersonic missiles, which can wipe out in a single blow a $14 billion, you know, battleship, aircraft carrier. It's gone in one strike. You know, if you listen to the people who are really informed about, you know, what do they call? Wilkerson.
Larry
Wilkerson.
Yeah.
Yeah, and others as well, you know, who are pretty solid and who are not they can't be written off as lefty fringe. You know, but people who really have a very solid military analysis, they know that the U.S. military is in very bad shape right now, in the same way that the Israeli military is just barely hanging in by a thread. So it's like the mythology that we're being fed right now is, you know, it really doesn't hold water, and it's extremely fallible. And yeah, we have this very powerful, bordering on fascist government, but so much of their stranglehold is highly fallible, you know, and they haven't yet really stood up to the courts. In some cases, they've backed down, you know. So as Chris Hedges was making the case today, we're not yet in the throes of fascism. It is definitely raising its ugly head, but at the same time, its capture over American public opinion is gone. It's like Elvis has left the you know, the house.
I hope you're right,
not
Dr.
here
Stein.
anymore.
Yeah, I think you're overstating a little bit. I mean, I think that approval rating should be 10 points lower, in my opinion. It's still mid to high 40s. I think it's got to, you know, it should be. I mean,
But it has
it's just psychotic.
shifted, even in the middle of his honeymoon.
Well, sure, it's
has
shifted. No, I agree with you. That
And
I
it's
follow
negative
that pretty
now.
close. Yeah.
So
It
within a
is
month.
net negative within the first month.
Okay, if he cuts these checks, now obviously it's not going to be $5,000 checks because none of them can do math, and that's not how much savings there has been. But if he starts cutting checks, if he starts like throwing out some breadcrumbs, I can imagine him having a rebound in opinion.
If he
And
does
if
that,
he-
but that's not part of the program at this point, you know.
Well,
He really
nobody's
doesn't
throwing it
have-
out there. Right. And one of our guests, Anita Saychan, who I mentioned at the eugenics episode that I loved so much, she is like a tech person, and she framed it as he's a tech guy, does A/B testing. He does a bad thing. They see if it sticks. They see if it's popular, and then they'll just reverse it. So I do think that it's hard to see where we're going to land. I think the things that really are unpopular and are dragging the polling down, you know, they'll walk some of that stuff back. Like they walked that, you know, blanket freeze back. But I am very scared. I know I'm online, and Twitter is not real life, and especially when we're talking about Elon Musk, it's literally his realm. But the popularization among major accounts, including like academics and real people in the world, who are quoting Curtis Yarvin and talking about IQ science. Like, I really cannot be clear enough about where that's going. This is not an innocent conversation about whether or not IQ is useful as a tool. My mother's a psychologist. It can be a useful diagnostic tool. Someone I mentioned today was like, sometimes it keeps kids who are going to be racially discriminated against being put in a slow learning class because their IQ tests show that there's more aptitude than what they're demonstrating in class. Great, fine. I have no issue with that. But the long game is to use this idea of merit, which seems like equality, but it's not. Merit is not equality. And for all that we've been talking about, like equity is dumb and DEI, like I get why we were making those arguments, but there is a reason why people came up with the term like equity, because it's supposed to get to this idea that the strict merit-based hierarchy that can be measured with these diagnostic tools that are literally disproven to have scientific credibility are going to be the new metric for how we mete out human rights. And for all that Americans want to talk about China's social credit system, okay, I can control if I'm nice to someone and get a ding on my Uber score. I cannot control. People cannot control what intellectual gifts they were born with. And this is like the natural consequence at the end of a Republican ideology, which is, well, if you're poor, you didn't work hard. Right. Like the material reality is a reflection of your own merit. And now they're extrapolating that merit framework and getting everyone to buy into the idea that the Jewish liberals and the blacks and the browns have convinced you to do all of this woke DEI stuff, but we're returning back to merit. But just like the billionaire eugenicists of yesteryear, we know where this ends. And the only reason that this movement got curbed in the United States of America is because those American race science eugenicists were the inspiration for Hitler and the Nazi Holocaust, and we were fighting against them so it stopped being cool to having the same belief structure as the Nazis. But now Nazis are cool again. Steve Bannon and Elon Musk and everybody else is hiling Hitler at major events.
That's what that shit's about. Absolutely, I agree with you. I think that's what that shit's all about. Go ahead, sorry.
Except I do want to emphasize, it's very clear that Elon Musk is not cool now. He's cool among an important and very influential and powerful sectors. But among most American people, he's not cool. And their goal...
He's cool with a certain type of mentally broken working class male.
And not even working class, but a certain kind of like broken and elitist. I'm sure they're there. Yes, and they are definitely, maybe they're 30%, but they're not 50%. And the objective of these, the oligarch, proponents is to change the conversation so that becomes what we're talking about, instead of the fact that we don't have housing, and we don't have health care, and we don't have jobs, and we don't have wages. The minute we change the subject, forget it. They don't hold a candle to that. So I think, it's kind of a question of how do we allow the conversation to be directed and to be dominated? Because if it has any reality to it, this abstract debate even about IQ is meaningless to most people who want a job and who want a $25 an hour minimum wage and health care and housing and to get rid of student debt. It is so much more powerful if reality is in the target hairs instead of this constructing consent, this effort to focus consent on some abstraction that lends itself to a fascist future.
Well, I take your point, Dr. Stein, but I do think they're related. I think that the reason I emphasize it is because there has been an effort to deprioritize the human rights framework that Bernie traded in, right? That Bernie kind of popularized with healthcare as a human right and all of that. And I think the focus, like the danger that that kind of messaging presented was that it shifted people from this blame-centric perception of the world where like, I don't have healthcare because I didn't work hard. It's my fault. I have this shame about it. I should have been able to provide for my family, yada, yada, yada. Everyone had been living under this neoliberal shame spiral into, if healthcare is a human right, this isn't my fault. Wait a minute. Like, this is a systemic problem. Even though we might not be like a kind of person who would say systemic, right? It short circuits all of that academic stuff. And it's just like, I'm a human. I live in the richest country in the history of the world. And God damn it, I should live at least as well as some bloke in Sweden, right? And to make that argument that is the argument that is like, I think, the disinfectant to the merit argument. I think you're right that you can't argue merit's not important, because that sounds crazy. Like, people, we're all indoctrinated as Americans into this idea that like merit is good and merit is kind of like a synonym for equality. But I think that you have to kind of take it head on some level and like respond to what's going on right now, which has been, again, part of the whole Republican messaging since time immemorial, that like there's a relationship between what you have and how hard you've worked. To start doing that reframing and like do a human right, not even a constitutional rights framework, a human rights framework. What are your intrinsic rights? And make them argue, no, you don't have rights. A baby doesn't have rights. A 10-year-old doesn't have rights. A 16, an 18, a 20-year-old, you have no rights in this country unless you have an high IQ and you can get a tech job.
Yeah.
Right.
Make
well,
them
this is
say
the future
that.
they want people to sign up for. And ultimately, I mean, what Hedges said in his speech about how these Trump rallies are really gatherings of expression of pain. You know, that's really what it comes through. I always tell you the Trump campaign is like a New Orleans funeral for somebody, right? It is ultimately just this big celebration of decay and decline. It really signals a certain despair underneath it. And I think that's what they're trying to manufacture consent for, right? Like, you know, they are getting you to submit to your own demise. That is the whole project of what this is. They're getting you to consent to it and for you to feel like you deserve it when it happens. And you know, that is something that a lot of people may feel is a good idea until it happens to them, because then it's not just something you're thinking, it's something you're now having to deal with. When they fired a government worker, they're talking about firing the government workers at that office in Pennsylvania that I keep referencing to, which we're going to do, I think, a full segment on tomorrow. One of the government workers who they interviewed, on condition of anonymity, by the way, because they were afraid they would get fired if they spoke out, they said, yeah, well, I thought it would be great to trim the fat off the government. I just didn't think it was going to be me.
Fat, yeah.
Right? Exactly.
And I'm worried it might be too late. So many people see themselves in that way as like, the leopard. I didn't think the leopard eating face party was going to eat my face or whatever. Like, and I don't mean that antagonistically to them. I'm not saying that in a blaming way, but the reality is I don't want us to end up in a place where we can't, there's no backtracking.
Exactly.
Because the dismantling of the state is so thorough. And they've wrested so much control. And like when I was having a with a liberal the other day at dinner, truly I can't go anywhere or have any peace. Nice guy, but like I ruined dinner. Because he was like, he has a government job here in New York, here in DC, and you know, he's stressed. He's like a lawyer in a good part of the government. Whatever. The point is, he was like, but what about the Dems doing all this stuff? And I'm like, they're trying to fight back. I'm like, no, they're not. He's like, what would you have them do? I said, Joe Biden was talking about fascism during his 4 years in office that he had, including with the trifecta during the first 2 years. And there was a conversation about what we were going to do about the Supreme Court. We had the leaked opinion from Roe. We knew a lot of this was coming. We knew we already had lost the Supreme Court. It was already a Republican Supreme Court, and it was going to get worse if Biden lost. And there were all of these threats and looming, and he would not take seriously the idea of court reform. We know what it is. We know what FDR had to do. FDR had a mandate the likes of which this country has never seen and won every single state except for, I think, Vermont, right? Something funny like that. And couldn't get anything passed because of the Supreme Court. And he said, guess what? I can put as many of you suckers on there as I want to, and I'm going to threaten to pack the court and diminish your individual power unless you get in line and start. And so when I brought that up to him, and he knows, he's a lawyer, he went to law school, he's heard the stories. And when I brought that up to him, he's like, oh, so you think the Democrats should ignore the rule of law too?
Yeah, no, just totally unequipped, totally unprepared. Yeah.
None of it is real. None of it is real. And so you can decide to accept that norms are out the window and start acting in a way that you think is right and justified and that is affirmed by the reality of the democracy and has the people's support. Or you can clutch onto your norms and your scrap of paper that's called the Constitution until the next guy comes through and rips it up. And then you're going to be standing there on a burning planet while the millionaire's rocket dust is on the way to Mars talking about, but the norms.
Right.
Well, they need that to hide behind to explain why they don't do anything.
Oops. Hold on. Your sound cut out. Hold on.
Why does that keep happening to them?
You got me?
There you go. Yep, I got you.
It's not just among the upper classes. I've told this story before. My father is like a character out of a Tom Waits song. He's like a professional card player, horse trainer, lives at the track. And I told him, Dad, they wouldn't pass the $15 minimum wage when they promised it. He goes, well, that's the Senate parliamentarian.
Yeah.
Like, dude, you live above a racetrack,
Right.
for God's sakes, and you're talking about the parliamentarian.
All right, Brianna, it looks like they're letting people back upstairs. Is that what they're doing?
Yeah, I gotta get ready for my speech.
Cool. All right, well, we
okay.
do have a question for Brianna that someone paid good money for. So Landrew has a question. It's a good question. That's an expensive donation. So Landrew has a question. Would Brianna consider running for president in 2028, free Palestine? I had to ask it. They're going to get mad if I don't ask it.
I don't want to say what's the point when I'm sitting here with Dr. Jill Stein, but I suspect there'll be much better candidates that present themselves by then, and that we should be working toward making sure whoever it is runs is well supported. I was really happy to see how many people in my audience who are, I gotta say, very fed up with the idea of supporting electoral politics with their pocketbooks after how Bernie burned them, who are very, very happy to hear Butch Ware come on recently and are like, okay, I believe in something again. I will put money behind this again. I think the Green Party has the potential to get people to reinvest and like actually raise a lot of money. I think Butch is right when he says that the Muslim community isn't going by the Democratic Party, and there are some deep pockets around that are willing to fund an effort to tear down at least this one wing of the oligarchy. And I think the more well-supported candidates feel like they're going to be, and I'm sure you can speak to this as well, Dr. Stein, the more candidates you're going to see willing to come forward because they don't want it to be a fool's errand. They don't want to suffer the slings and arrows that you've gone through now twice, Dr. Stein, for not, and to feel like it's not a really good faith campaign. And so that's our work to do, to make sure we get the best candidates by creating the best infrastructure long before then.
Right. And it's both having good candidates and it's also having good press and good journalists who are there to report about this and to wake people up. And you straddle that line, Brianna. You could easily cross anytime you wanted. I'm not sure actually what would serve the movement the best, but I wouldn't rule any of it out, and the main thing is I think it's going to take all of us to get out of here alive. Whether it's the threat of fascism or it's, that we are closer on the nuclear clock to doomsday than we have ever been, and the climate and everything. We're living in this absolutely absurd moment right now where we cannot presume that this is going to go on any number of dimensions. And I think it calls all of us to do everything that we can, as much as we possibly can, whether that's in the media or whether it's fighting politically or electorally. It's just time for everybody to step up and to get together about doing it. I think at the same time, it is a really scary time. It is that much of an opportunity because the empire and oligarchy are collapsing before our very eyes right now. And that's an opportunity. Crisis and opportunity are one and the same. And we're going to decide whether it's going to be a crisis or an opportunity. And, people are just more readily engaged by a vision of how we are going to do this and how we're going to make it work. And to me, that's not hope. That's about power. It's about demanding the power that we deserve. And that's the only way forward.
All right. Well, I guess we will say goodbye on that note. Dr. Stein, thanks so much for stopping by and talking. Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Look forward to you, Dr. Stein.
All righty. So Russ is making a speech. I got a video coming up. They are waiting on their next speaker, and then they are starting. So they are getting ready to get back started up there.
All right, I'm giving a barn burner of a speech. I'm just only going to talk about baseball stats.
Yeah, there you go.
You're going to love it.
All right, so you are heading up?
I am heading up. All right.
All right. Sounds good.
All right, guys. Thanks for having me.
All righty. Brianna, thank you so much for being here. Appreciate it. Great to see you. Everybody check out Bad Faith, of course. Great to talk to you. Thanks so much for stopping by, and I hope you can check out the rest of the conference. It was great. The speeches were great so far. I'm
really glad to hear it, and thank you for having me. And if others of you have sort of liberal parents and friends and people who or living above racetracks and citing the Senate parliamentarian. I do recommend the interview. Obviously, I love to promote my own show, but I think the interview I just did with Joshua Citarella, you can find it on YouTube, it kind of summarizes everything in a way that you might not get in any one episode of my show, where I've just been talking about this kind of over the course of the years. And for the comments suggest that it is getting through to some people who haven't gotten the message up until this point. So I suggest maybe sharing that if you're interested in trying to get someone to understand why it is we have to give up on the Democratic Party.
Awesome. Well, thanks for that. Bad Faith on YouTube, Bree Joy on Twitter. Brianna, thanks so much for taking the time today. It's great to see you again.
Same here, Keaton. Take care.
Alrighty. Have a great one. Bye-bye. Brianna Joy Gray, everybody. All right. Russell's making his way upstairs.
Yo.
You're on. You're back on. Yeah. We're now waiting for the next speaker.
I gotta take out the sound.
All right. Okay. All right. So why is the stream not back?
And lots of jam-packed with workers who've been on the front lines organizing their workplaces. When we kicked off earlier today, we talked a bit about how far people came. These people might get the award for coming the farthest, I'm not sure, but they're all the way here from Garner, North Carolina. And when they roll into the boss's office with these matching t-shirts, you know that the boss is when we kicked off earlier today, we talked a bit about how far people came. These people might get the award for coming the farthest, I'm not sure, but they're all the way here from Garner, North Carolina.
Everybody hear that okay? Let me know if it sounds as good.
And when they roll into the boss's office with these matching t-shirts, you know that the bosses are shook. So I am really, really proud to introduce Carolina Amazonians United for Solidarity and Empowerment. That's CAUSE.
Blakely's great. We're going to have her on.
And as I said, they've been organizing an independent union in Garner, North Carolina at Amazon's RDU1 facility. They went head-to-head with the biggest union busters in the world, demanding $30 an hour, 180 hours paid time off, and more through their union drive. And they took that fight right to Andy Jassy and Jeff Bezos' doorstep. And because we know we're strongest when we work together, they all came up here on stage together, even though we're going to hear from their elected secretary, Italo Medino. So give it up for him.
Hello, everybody. Wow. It's amazing to be in Seattle, the capital of Amazon. So the other day, all of us were rolling up to Jeff Bezos' balls. I don't know if everybody knows where those are, the spheres. The spheres down in Seattle. So as many of y'all may know, or you might, I don't know, we recently had an NLRB election at RDU1 in Gardner, North Carolina. Now, we lost that election, but we're still here. Typically, after unions, especially independent unions, we're not tied to any of the big unions. Everybody in here, we work inside of that warehouse. We pack the boxes that people get within 1 to 2 days. I work the ship dock. We are in that building every single day, and in the night, we organize our union. So typically when unions lose in history, we've seen that the bosses expect you to collapse. The bosses say, oh, we beat you this one time, it's over, now let's move on to the next one. A week after, we're in their capital. We're right in their face. At the end of our election, when the media was all up in our face and asking us, oh, what are you going to do now? Expecting that we were just going to say, well, we tried and it's over. We said, we're going to do it again. And we're going to do it again and again and again. And if we lose, we're going to do it again and again until we win. That's pressure. The only way to defeat Amazon, one of the largest empires in the history of the world, is through on-the-ground worker power by shutting down their lines of production if necessary, by being in their face every single day. We're not taking a break. We might have lost this election, but in this last Christmas, we gave them a Christmas present, which was union authorization cards. They never thought we were going to be able to do it. We signed over 30% of that 5,000 person warehouse. We put them right before the NLRB. And we gave them that beautiful Christmas present of an election. What about this coming Christmas? Maybe we'll give them another one. And the Christmas after, maybe we'll give another one. And the Christmas after, maybe we'll give them another one. And if we win at RDU1, we'll go down the road to RDU5. If we win at RDU5, we'll go down the road to RDU2. Until we unionize the entire state of North Carolina, the entire state of South Carolina, and you know what? Maybe all the way out to the Mississippi. And that's what we love about Workers Strike Back. That workers right now in 2025 are striking all the way back. We're not giving up when we have a tiny little loss. We're not giving up when we have a little adversity before us. And just like every other war, right? You can go all the way back to the Romans. Had a great loss in the Battle of Cannae. Everybody got destroyed. A few years later, they came back and won the war. Same thing with Washington. The Battle of New Jersey got destroyed, absolutely destroyed. Came back and won the war. And that's exactly what we're here to do. We don't care about one battle. We're going to look at what we did right. We're going to look at what we did wrong. And we're going to come back stronger than ever. And we will win this war against Amazon. And I think, just to close, one of the things that a lot of people don't see on the outside of the Amazon labor movement is that we're kind of like an iceberg, right? With an iceberg, you can only see the little top of it, but it's huge at the bottom. For the last 3 years, we've been helping build a continental movement. We got friends all the way in LA, up here in Washington, New Jersey, Philadelphia, Mexico, Canada. We've been meeting as a continent of Amazon workers. And we are now together. It doesn't matter if you're Teamster, it doesn't matter if you're independent, it doesn't matter if you're ALU. We all support each other. And Amazon does not know what's coming to them. Because let me tell you something. Before the year 2030, you're going to see a mass movement of Amazon workers right here in Seattle taking the fight to Amazon headquarters. And we will get our contract no matter what Amazon wants. And that's why Workers Strike Back is so important, why we want to work alongside Sister Kshama, who's been with us from the very beginning, why we want to work alongside everybody in this room, because we can't just do it alone from the warehouse floor. We also need our allies. We need to bring the war to Washington, D.C., to state legislatures. We need to bring the war all the way to the warehouse. And if we can unite and have this warehouse strategy, political strategy, outside strategy, all working in tandem, it's going to be over for the people in power. So thank you all so much for welcoming us. Thank you all so much for opening the doors of Amazon's capital. And we feel ready to keep this fight going for many, many years to come. And let me tell you something. Together, we will win. Thank you very much. Nobody else wants to talk, I guess. Juno, you want to say something?
Hello, I'm Juno Rondelli. I'm from Raleigh, North Carolina. And I'll tell you all one thing. I'll keep it a lot shorter than Brother Idolo's speech over here. What Amazon is trying to do is divide us. Amazon's trying to put the young against the old, the black against the white, the queer against the straight. Hell, they'll put you against each other if you have brown or blonde hair. They want to keep us divided on all these meaningless things. But you see, we ain't going to be divided on those things because there's only one true division. It's those who have and those who have not. And I certainly don't have a lot. And certainly the folks in Garner don't have a lot either. I work in what is called inbound. I work in decant. I'm a night worker. And let me tell you, I have seen and talked with people who have passed out on the floor because there is no heat protection in there. I have actually been hit over the head with a tote trying to clear a jam that they did not train you to clear. And that totes can have up to 50 pounds of items in them coming down a conveyor belt. I have seen people get their hands stuck in rolling conveyor belts and get jams and have to go to the hospital. I have talked with pregnant mothers, 7 to 8 months pregnant, who are denied their maternity leave and have to fight with HR as they're working on the floor without any disability. You see, sometimes the best organizer is your boss, because they fuck around, and we're gonna find out soon enough. We, the workers of Garner and the workers of the world, we have this power, and we are gonna unite, and ultimately, we're the workers. We're in the community. We're out on the shop floor. Who are these union busters out here? Get paid thousands to come down from Seattle, Ohio, Detroit. They don't know us, and they aren't us. So we're gonna build back strong. We're gonna come together. We're already here together as a family here today. And we're gonna win this thing, because you know that's all we can do. Because an injury to one is an injury to all. And we will build, and we will win, not only in North Carolina, but across this great nation. Thank you. In Workers Strike Back, we have a saying that I'd like to send you guys off with, and it goes a little something like this. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, and you will. I also wanted to announce that all across the country over the last few weeks, Workers Strike Back members have been out tabling, and we have stopped people, whether they're in Garner, North Carolina, or Boston, or Maine, and we've said, do you want to help unionize Amazon? And hundreds of them have said, yes, of course. I hate Jeff Bezos. And we have raised $1,226 that we will be donating to cause to help them continue their fight against Jeff Bezos. And my co-chair Margaret is going to introduce our next worker activist speaker.
Thank you so much. I was really impressed with that speech from the Amazon workers. And of course, their organizing efforts are ones that we can all take lessons from. My introduction here will be pretty quick. I'm going to introduce a rank and file member of the United Auto Workers, Justin Smeltzer from Peoria, Illinois. He brought forward a resolution in his local calling for an end to all military aid to the Israeli state and calling to unendorse Kamala Harris for her pro-war position. And he is a member of Workers Strike Back.
Thank you. My name is Justin Smeltzer, and I'm a member of UAW Local 974, and I work as an industrial electrician at Caterpillar in Peoria, Illinois, or Central Illinois. I joined Workers Strike Back when I came across it about a year ago. The organization and people involved in it stood out to me as an organization that can make real lasting change. The fighting spirit that I saw in Workers Strike Back led me to getting involved and taking up a task that Workers Strike Back was working on to organize rank and file workers in unions to pass resolutions in their unions to rescind the undemocratic endorsement of Kamala Harris by union leaderships around the country. I fought for this demand, and I had a shop floor conversations with my fellow coworkers to point out the hypocritical nature of the union leadership's undemocratic endorsement of Harris, which was done without discussion or vote by the members of UAW. Sorry. Harris was backing the genocide in Gaza to the hilt, which UAW rank and file firmly opposed. This opposition among the rank and file led to President Sean Fain, the UAW International, calling for an arms embargo. But Sean Fain turned around and uncritically endorsed Biden and then Harris without any democratic vote by membership of UAW. We faced total opposition from our union leadership when we brought this resolution forward to the local and was unable to pass in UAW. But it was a vital tool for talking to my coworkers and including coworkers who did agree on these points, but they told me that they would be supporting Trump. This is a perfect illustration of how the attacks by Democrats have led to the election of Trump. And I've recently worked alongside other members of Workers Strike Back to draft a model resolution that calls for labor leaders and unions to organize national days of action, including mass protest and strike action to stop mass deportations. I've been organizing for this resolution to pass through UAW, and I have successfully gotten a resolution passed at the January membership meeting of the UAW Reform Caucus, Unite All Workers for Democracy, or UAWD. And this resolution calls on the rank and file workers across UAW and other unions to bring the similar resolution to their locals and demand that the labor leaders stand on the principle that an injury to one is an injury to all. I'm deeply disturbed that we have heard nothing from UAW leaders about Trump's mass deportations and his other anti-worker policies. UAW leadership has also been silent on the rising layoffs in the auto industry over the past few years, and it does not seem to be slowing down anytime soon. During the presidential campaigns, Shawn Fain called Trump a scab and told workers to vote for Harris. Despite Biden and Harris administration's role in breaking the railroad worker strike. But now he's shamefully said he'll work with Trump. Shawn Fain has built some credit among a section of UAW members because he won them a wage increase in 2023 when he carried out the stand-up strike at the Big Three automakers. However, the method of the stand-up strike, which consists of some factories going on strike while others continue production, left open major factories at the Big Three that produce the most popular vehicles, which could have been won by the Big Three strike if all workers had been out on strike at every factory and they all went on strike at once, shutting down the boss's profits. In fact, several workers' demands, including the shortening of the work week from 30 hours of work to 40 hours of pay, was left off the final agreement, and due to the strategy employed by the union leadership and not applying the full pressure of all workers going out on strike. These examples of the stand-up strike and the response to Gaza and deportations are rotten method of labor leadership that we refer to as business unionism, where labor leaders will claim to fight for workers while simultaneously wanting to not hurt the boss's profits, Democrats' chances to win elections. This ultimately helps the ruling class and is bad for working class people and workers because their interests are diametrically opposed to the interests of the bosses. For this reason, the labor movement's rank and file needs to expose the failures of the leadership and organize mass pressure on the labor leaders to fight Trump, the Democrats, and the bosses. We need to be organizing independent mass strike action, mass protests, and mass civil disobedience if we intend to be an effective fight back to win. This independent organizing should be intimately linked with the building of a new independent working class party led by the rank and file of the union, demanding the union leadership break from the Democrats and other capitalist parties and form this new working class party. One that is accountable to the workers themselves and not corporations that our unions are designed to fight against. I call on each of you to join Workers Strike Back and get involved because we need you in the fight. We need a militant rank and file workers movement to take the reins back from the rotten approach of conservative labor leaders as we workers are exploited for our labor by the capitalists, and we need to organize to shut down the profits that cause an extreme disruption to their system to win our demands. And when we fight, we can win.
Thank you very much. That was a fantastic speech. I'd like to welcome next to the stage Gray Martin, who is a Harborview healthcare worker. They recently spoke to the 3,000-person rally that turned out in solidarity with federal workers facing major attacks from Trump and Elon Musk. And they are a member of Workers Strike Back as well. Thank you.
My name is Gray Martin. I am a healthcare worker and a rank-and-file member of Washington Federal State Employees Union Local 3488. The billionaire in the White House, Donald Trump, along with Elon Musk, the richest man in the world, are currently carrying out an anti-worker blitz across the federal government. Roughly 75,000 federal workers have taken a buyout that Trump and Musk have offered to get them to leave against the advice of our unions, and over 10,000 federal workers have already been fired by this administration. This equals about 3% of the 2.3 million person civilian workforce. Trump and Musk cuts to government agencies and programs aren't about targeting fraud or waste. It's an attack on workers and our meager protections, including cuts at the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services. Hospitals and trauma centers like my own are largely funded through Medicare and Medicaid, which provides necessary health care for millions of Americans. These cuts are making the already barbaric healthcare system in this country even worse. Meanwhile, the Democrats have done nothing to fight back. In fact, many of them have joined in on Trump's attacks. This is after Democrats paved the way for Trump's victory in the first place with their betrayals and attacks on working people. Democrats broke the railroad workers' strike. They failed to fight for a $15 minimum wage. They refused to fight for Medicare for all. And they spent billions to fund the genocide in Gaza. It's that endless barrage of attacks and betrayals that has brought us to this point. Workers keep the economy and government running, not the billionaire class, which exploits our labor to make their profit. Workers' power lies in being organized, willing to strike and to withhold our labor. The threat of strike action is our most important weapon to force these billionaire-backed parties and wealthy elite to act and to secure victories for the working class. In 2019, during Trump's government shutdown, unionized air traffic controllers and flight attendants threatened strike action that forced Trump to end the shutdown within hours of the strike being called. Federal workers can stop Trump's anti-worker attacks and fight for more, including real raises to make up for years of massive inflation. We need to go on the offensive with a fighting strategy for what workers need, including a renewed fight for Medicare for all, including ballot initiatives for public health care at the local and state level. And we cannot rely on the failed strategy of the vast majority of the union leadership who endorsed the strikebreakers Joe Biden and then Kamala Harris. We have to rebuild a fighting labor movement, which means rejecting the approach of the business unionist leaders, including the heads of the federal government unions like my union, AFSCME, who have failed to organize strike action in response to Trump's attacks. We need a class struggle approach, and that requires reckoning inside the labor movement and the building up of a new militant rank-and-file leadership, including a socialist leadership that understands that we need to break with capitalism itself. Coordinated mass strike action led by the rank and file is needed that can disrupt business as usual. It will require support from the rest of the labor movement and all working people independent of either major political party. We must take lessons from history in order to move forward. It wasn't the Democrats or Republicans that granted us civil rights, the Americans with Disabilities Act, or the end of racial segregation. It was mass movements of workers conducting mass civil disobedience. The anti-war movement of the 1960s and 70s, along with the combined power of the labor and civil rights movements, brought about the end of the Vietnam War under conservative and reactionary President Nixon. It was the militant rank-and-file Teamsters and auto workers of the 1930s, led by socialists, whose victories led to an explosive growth in the labor movement. Breaking away with the conservative union leadership at the time, they organized using a class struggle approach and carried out collective strike action that effectively shut down the city of Minneapolis in 1934. By disturbing business as usual and fighting for union recognition with over 3,000 members collectively taking strike action, workers won their demands for a 40-hour work week, overtime pay, and wage increases. Working people cannot rely on the Democratic Party, the Republican Party, or the business unionist leaders to end the wars, to create a living wage, or fight back against these coming attacks from the Trump administration. The Biden administration provided billions of dollars in military aid to Israel, ignoring international humanitarian laws and prioritizing a government committing a live stream genocide over the needs of families in California who suffered wildfires. Shame. The Biden administration and Democrats made it illegal for railroad workers to go on a national strike, siding with executives, over 100,000 workers, fighting for paid sick time and better working conditions. Shame. The Democratic Party abandoned their promise to increase the federal minimum wage or codify Roe v. Wade into law. It was mass movements led by socialist Seattle City Council member Kshama Sawant against the Democrats that led to the first $15 minimum wage in a major city, which is now $20.75 an hour. Under fighting socialist leadership, working people also won renters' rights, including the winter eviction moratorium, the first anti-caste discrimination law outside of South Asia, turning Seattle into an abortion sanctuary city with free abortion for all, and the second city in the U.S. to pass a ceasefire resolution in solidarity with Palestinians amidst the genocidal war on Gaza. We cannot allow the Democrats to pose as the resistance against Trump. And we cannot allow sellouts like Bernie Sanders to lead working people back into the billionaire-backed party that financed a genocide. Shame indeed, while they attacked the free speech of anti-war activists in our schools and workplaces, only now are they willing to criticize the Israeli government. They financed this genocide. They do not deserve our support. They are not the resistance to what is happening. There is no reforming this capitalist party hell-bent on imperialism and war. A union is the best tool and protection that a worker has of being engaged in struggle to fight for change in the workplace and in the country as a whole. Worker Strike Back members have successfully filed union resolutions in their unions, rallied support for Amazon workers fighting to unionize in various facilities, and we need to build a powerful movement to fight for what we need, including Medicare for all, and an end to Trump's anti-worker attacks and good union jobs for all. Thank you. Thank you. I encourage you to join us at Workers Strike Back. Join the movement. Fight the rich in their two parties. When we fight, when we fight, when we fight, solidarity.
Thank you so much, Gray, and to all healthcare workers. So our wonderful video tech person has pulled together an exciting sort of video montage. You've heard a lot about what Worker Strike Back members have been doing over the last year, but we want you to see it. So we're going to play that quickly before we have our next speaker come up. So roll that beautiful footage up in the
If you're serious about turning things around, if you're serious about unionizing Amazon and workplaces across the country, we cannot just tweak the status quo. We need a reckoning. We need to return to the kind of militant fighting ideas that the labor movement was built on. That's why we're launching Workers Strike Back.
There are battles to be waged across the country as workers and young people move into struggle in their workplaces, schools, and into the streets. They're looking for the kind of political approach, the class struggle approach, understanding, and methods that Kshama's office has shown can win. We're building on the example of the past decade in Seattle on a national scale to widen and strengthen the class struggle. Who here wants to be a part of that movement?
We forced the city establishment to lift the wages of 100,000 low-wage workers in Seattle, to transfer $3 billion from business to workers at the bottom of the wage scale over the next 10 years. We did it. Workers did this. Today's first victory for 15 will inspire people all over the nation.
It was won through a socialist strategy, a class struggle-based strategy. It wasn't won through negotiation or discussions with the mayor at that time. It wasn't won through, unfortunately, the leadership of the labor movement either. We had to push through a strategy that it had opposition from all corners. It included a ballot initiative threat that if the Democrats didn't pass a strong 15, that we would take it to voters on the ballot. We had hundreds of people pack into council chambers. We had marches and rallies of hundreds of people, mass organizing conferences. All of this was necessary to force them to pass this.
We're here both to celebrate a victory and to get ourselves better organized in this fight. As many of you know, people who are watching on the live stream, the Democrats withdrew their bill attacking Seattle's minimum wage. The bill would have immediately robbed over 200,000 workers of at least $3 per hour of wages. Can you imagine robbing the most vulnerable workers of their wages? On Friday, Councilmember Hollingsworth brought that odious bill forward, back down. This is our victory. It belongs to working people, to union members, to workers strike back. Today's vote to pass an Amazon tax in Seattle is a historic victory for working people. This victory was hard fought and it was hard won by a movement that wouldn't give up and that faced down a seemingly endless series of obstacles, from the shameful attempts of corporate Democrats in the state legislature to pass a ban on municipal big business taxes, to unfounded delays in the city council, to a pandemic and lockdown which prevented signature gathering, to relentless attacks in the corporate media in Seattle and nationally. We are winning because of the determination of workers and socialists to smash all obstacles and to find a path to victory.
Winning the original Amazon tax here in 2020 was a huge and hard-fought victory for working people. Amazon and big business made it clear during that fight that they will fight tooth and nail to protect the profits made for them by the labor of working people.
Working people face a cost of living crisis, and we need to tax the wealthy to fund affordable housing, which can be achieved through voting yes on Proposition 1A. Proposition 1A is a ballot initiative that will add to the Amazon tax. If it's passed, Prop A will tax wealthy businesses like Amazon to secure $52 million for affordable housing in our city. The billionaires and their allies want working people to fight for scraps when we have created every cent of profit Amazon or Microsoft or any corporation has ever made, and it's time for them to pay up.
To fight back against coming attacks from our city's Democrats trying to roll back victories from former city council member and socialist Kshama Sawant's office, which assured protections no other city in the U.S. has. These are protections like a renter's bill of rights that requires landlords to give at least 6 months notice before raising rents. Landlords to provide relocation assistance when you have to move. The eviction defense bill, which allows tenants to fight evictions by declaring a financial hardship from the pandemic. The school year eviction ban, winter eviction bans. These are all important victories that we won on the basis of working class movements in Seattle.
This bill is not technically complicated. It is a very simple question. Should discrimination based on caste be allowed to continue in Seattle? But while simple, it is also profound and historic. Caste is a system of oppression that divides people into a rigid hierarchy of groups based on birth, with the lower groups facing serious discrimination, oppression, and even violence. It originates from about 2,000 years ago in South Asia, but remains pervasive today under capitalism. Around the world, an estimated 250 million people faced caste-based discrimination. And we know that Seattle's victory was truly historic. It is the first such ban against caste discrimination in jurisdiction of any level globally outside South Asia. The story of the fight that we had is going to echo, is going to reverberate beyond tonight, and many other ordinary people are going to ask us all, how did we win that? And so it's our responsibility to share with them the story of how we were able to win only because we actually had a resolution in the first place that put a spotlight on the Democrats, that forced them to take a stand. And at first, they acted like they didn't have to, but then they were forced to. And then, in the presence of hundreds of people, they were forced to listen to our points and then forced to vote yes on a ceasefire resolution. This is how we believe elected office should be used for the working class, where our office becomes a platform for a larger movement. And that is
Working people are fed up
They are really angry at what's happened over these last 4 years. They are really angry about the cost of living crisis. They are really angry about the broken promises, and they're really angry at the progressive Democrats who completely sold them out also.
If one section of the working class scores a major victory, it will embolden all of us to fight for more.
Yeah.
Like our Tax Amazon campaign, like our election victories against Amazon's $1 million money bombs, victory is contagious. We need to build a new party of working class people who doesn't just be the lesser of two evils, but goes on the offensive to fight for working class people and put demands like $25 an hour as a minimum wage nationally on the agenda.
All right. It's funny that I'm at the end of that. So yeah, I thought that visual representation would be really helpful for folks. And it's a really great segue to our next speaker. His name is Logan Swan. He's a rank and file member of Ironworkers Local 86. And he played a leading role, an elected role on the Tax Amazon Organizing Committee. And he's going to touch on some of those lessons today.
Logan Swan, I'm a member of Workers Strike Back and Revolutionary Workers, as well as a journeyman iron worker and a longshore casual. So while we're born into our class position, nobody's born a revolutionary. Like everyone, I joined this movement with some confused and backwards politics. Coming of age and entering the workforce during recession, in the absence of political leadership from labor leaders, during that crisis, I drew the conclusion that we don't have jobs because of outsourcing through things like NAFTA and so on. So that if we wanted to see a return of like good union jobs, people like me had to buy union-made, American-made. I didn't get a smartphone until Motorola had one, I think, made in Texas. I bought Union Line jeans, Union House boxer briefs, a Ricker vacuum, a Ricker vacuum made in Missouri. If I couldn't find something made in the U.S., I would hit a thrift store or I'd go without it. And mind you, at the time I was a non-union steelworker. I made $12.40 an hour. I lived in low-income housing. It fucking sucked. So this changed nothing. The ruling class doesn't care about these kinds of individual choices. It wasn't yet clear to me that those good union jobs that people talk about were owed to the legacy of class struggle of the labor movement. And that the degeneration of our condition was due to the class collaboration and the political cowardice of the leaders of our unions. Their cynical pragmatism of accepting the limitations imposed by the Republicans and Democrats, the absolute minimum our employers would concede to in contract negotiations. I started organizing as a socialist at the same time that I began my apprenticeship in the building trades as an iron worker. The experiences of organizing in the successful 15 Now campaign, fighting to tax Amazon to create union jobs, building affordable public-owned housing, were part of my apprenticeship, but unfortunately not as a rank-and-file union member, but as a socialist. I was radicalized and tempered by the society we lived in with all of its contradictions and injustices. So I'm going to focus on Tax Amazon and the lessons from that struggle. And we campaigned on legislation to create 10,000 union building trades jobs, not building shiny new stadium or for some billionaire funded by regressive taxes on workers and homeowners, but building public housing for us with a bill paid for by the billionaires. And this wasn't like, we didn't just like have this fully hammered out thing and just go to working people and say, hey, we're doing this, take it or leave it. This is our campaign. We came forward with, with this idea, with this program of taxing big business, addressing the affordable housing crisis through creating union jobs, building affordable housing. And we flyered outside workplaces, we postered, we organized action conferences, and that was where the real decisions were made. None of this was done behind closed doors. The decisions were made through elections of a coordinating committee at the Action Conference, and they were voted on at those Action Conferences that anyone, if you support this, come out and be a part of this. That's total contrast to how we see campaigns being run through the establishment, or even through the NGOs and even well-meaning people, where they think what's best for people, and they come out and say this is supported or not, and if you don't, fuck you. Like no, this was a decision made by people in the community, but with the leadership from socialists, from trade union militants. And it was through that, going and talking to rank and file union members and having them organize in their unions and pressuring union leaders to support this, that we got a majority of local unions to endorse it, because it was either we created a thing that could not be ignored, right? But unfortunately, despite the endorsement of the local labor council and the majority of the local unions, the building trades leadership chose to effectively scab on our movement, running defense for Jeff Bezos and the Democrats backing him. My own union's leadership went so far as calling Amazon a, quote, responsible builder that doesn't have, quote, a requirement to pay a prevailing wage, but they do. This servile praise has aged horribly, with Amazon being slapped with fines for union busting, forcing workers to piss in bottles, trapping workers in a warehouse during a tornado, killing 6. Not to mention the testimony from Brother Idolo here from Cause. But it smacks of the majority of labor leaders' race to the bottom strategy of class collaboration, partnering with employers that's seen the conditions of workers, both union and non-union, plummet. And tragically, this bankrupt strategy has only been doubled down upon by the likes of Sean Fain and Sean O'Brien, who promised to change from the corrupt regimes leading UAW and the Teamsters, only to continue the policy of cowardice of their predecessors as they suck up to the Trump administration and champion the tariffs of, the America First. Sean Fain is supporting Trump's xenophobic tariffs on imported goods, while Sean O'Brien has gone so far as to speak in favor of right-to-work union busting, saying he'll collaborate with on union busting state by state. What may work for one doesn't work for the other. Who's to know? Yeah, fucking boo. Absolutely fucking shameful. And that... And that he was put forward, people have real confidence put in this guy that he was going to change things. And it's a shocking betrayal, and he should not be left off the hook by it. The left, the union activists cannot let these guys off the hook. So much like the building trades leader here ran cover for the Democrats and Jeff Bezos, O'Brien and Fain are doing the same for Elon Musk and the Republicans today. And this is a dead end. The political parties of the bosses do not offer a way forward for American workers, and we will be forced to pay the cost of these tariffs. The history of the labor movement is international. The counterpoint to this America First nonsense is, why are our international unions why weren't they organizing auto workers in Mexico when after the automakers got bailed out following the recession and said, man, we got all this money, we're going to throw it into developing factories in Mexico? Why didn't you go fucking organize them? Why are you instead saying, look at those guys, they're taking our jobs, they're driving down our wages? That's because you won't fucking organize them. Why do our union leaders pull punches so as not to challenge or embarrass the political establishment? Like working with Biden, as O'Brien did, to break the rail strike. Our tax Amazon fight worked in the exact opposite direction of that. We organized independently from the Democrats, rallying workers, young people, renters, union members to challenge and expose anyone who sided with big business through our action conferences and protests. We're not gonna run cover for you while you betray working people. We're not gonna subordinate working people's needs to your political career. And despite the quisling efforts of Democrats and labor fakers, we won a tax on Amazon and big business to the tune of over $200 million a year. And so that's, I think when it's like, how are we going to win things? I think that we have lessons here. We have experience here of fighting and winning. We have a track record. And because it came up in the breakout discussion I was in, may not have come up in all of them, but I think there's been a lot of discussion around how, when we're presented with crisis after crisis and an absence of leadership and a clear approach on a fight back, that people say, how do we help one another within our community? And there's a lot of talk about mutual aid. But, and hopefully I'm not being too sharp here, but mutual aid, in my opinion, absent class struggle, it's just collectivized charity. We cannot address our needs with our already meager material resources. We can't rob from Peter to pay Paul. That doesn't work. What's needed is a political struggle to take what we need back from the billionaires who stole it from us. And there's a historical precedent for this. The origins of my own union began with mutual aid. The Bridgemen's Mutual Association was formed by ironworkers, who at the time, that was the most dangerous job in the country, to pool funds so that workers killed on the job would have their funeral costs paid for, with some money for the wife and children left behind. But this did nothing to address the unabated construction fatalities or the poverty wages of my forebears. And it wasn't until workers began militant organizing drives and successfully unionized that pay and conditions improved. Because this did change the balance of power between the workers and their bosses. So I want to thank you all for showing up today, but it would be negligent to just leave it at that. Today is not enough. Everyone in this room has a job to do in the struggles ahead. Every single one of you. I'm looking at you with the shawl, you guy in the white shirt back there, every single fucking one of you. You fucking matter and you can do shit. After our breakout group, there was a healthcare worker who asked me about, how do I organize? It's fucked, right? And healthcare is fucked. How do I, with my coworkers, like there's nothing left. And that's your workplace is political. Your workplace is where you organize. Like, and if you don't have a union, then the best thing for someone who wants to start a union is to organize with your coworkers and start acting like a union. And that's when we talk about concretely organizing, is to see yourself not as someone that things happen to, but someone who takes action, someone who realizes that there are daily conditions that are unacceptable. That's the conditions of all of us. And if you talk to any one of us, chances are you're going to find that common ground. And that's the basis on which we can get organized. And that's what I think tomorrow with Workers Strike Back around a Fight the Rich campaign that crystallizes, it makes concrete how we can address those things. And then it's up to us as individuals to go back, not to be like, I went to the conference, it was great, back to regular, right? It's to go into our workplace, into our communities, into our unions, and have those conversations and bring them to the next meeting. And anyway, I think I'm probably like way over time, but yeah, every single one of us needs to organize in our apartment buildings, workplaces, unions, communities for mass actions, including protests, occupations, and strikes. Obviously, we build up to those things, but we shouldn't be embarrassed about the strategy of our struggle. And I'm not going to pretend that it's going to be easy. Respect to Brother King, but there's no arc of a moral universe that bends toward justice. There is only class war, the outcome of which will be decided by whether or not regular people like us wage the necessary struggle to fight back. So I would appeal to everyone here to join Workers Strike Back if you're not already a member. Let's learn from our proud history of class struggle, and let's make full use of our being here in this room, and let's get organized today to fight for tomorrow. Solidarity.
That was a great speech. Excuse me. His name is Logan Swan. I saw Jenny ask what's his name. Logan Swan.
Thank you, Logan. That was an amazing speech. Okay, so the next person I'd like to welcome to the stage is Tiso Karina, who is a rank and file member of Teamsters Local 223, a union of United Staff and a member of Teamsters Mobilize. He's been down in Oregon supporting the strike of 5,000 nurses who are organized with the Oregon Nurses Association at Providence Health. And ONA nurses won a tentative agreement just yesterday as a result of their strike.
Can everybody hear me okay? Awesome. Well, I want to thank Brother Logan for that speech, because that was a hell of a speech, so I want to give him a round of applause again. So I want to say hi to begin with to all of our Teamsters that are watching out there, because I know there's quite a few of us watching. I also want to read first a statement from Teamsters Mobilize, us as a group. On behalf of Teamsters Mobilize, we thank the organizers of this Workers' Strike Back Organizing Conference. We are appreciative of this platform. And as many have said today, in the words of the great the IWW, an injury to one is an injury to all. Teamsters Mobilize started in 2022 in the lead up to the 2023 UPS contract. And many of us came together as UPS part-timers to address our issues and concerns. Some of us who didn't work for UPS stood in solidarity with our Teamster family at that point. We are a grassroots rank and file led organization inside the Teamsters. Our mission is to engage, educate, and empower rank and file Teamsters and every worker. We are committed to bringing a militancy, transparency, and democracy to the Teamsters. And right now, if you've been watching everything in the past 72 hours, it's probably needed more than ever. That being said, we are ready to fight the bosses and the class collaborators in the leadership of our union who serve to weaken it rather than strengthen it, and you know who you are in leadership. We reject the political duopoly that seeks to divide and conquer the working class. The working class and ruling class have nothing in common. Nothing in common. Specifically, our General President, Sean O'Brien, who you've heard a lot about today, has recently come out in support of Donald Trump's xenophobic, nativist policies, and of course, publicly endorsed the right of state governments to enforce right-to-work laws. Just a fucking betrayal, quite frankly, as Brother Logan said. Now is the time to act to save our union. And I hope everybody that's watching on the live stream that's Teamsters are hearing that, even non-Teamsters. I hope everybody's hearing that right now. And we as Teamsters Mobilize are going to be at the forefront of that battle line, because we have to be. We're eager to work collectively and collaboratively with all brothers, sisters, and siblings who are dedicated to the cause of working people and will stand by your side with that aim firmly in sight. Now, these are the comments that I want to add in addition to the statement. A lot of it's already been framed in the Teamsters Mobilize statement that I read, but it's been hard for me to keep up with what seems like an endless barrage of bad decisions coming from Teamsters leadership. I personally was a very strong supporter of the Oz slate, and I walked for him, a lot of other people that are on that slate. And I can tell you, I personally talked to some of these officers and expressed the betrayal that I feel from our leadership. And that was a hard conversation to have. And some of these examples, things I've already articulated, the anti-immigrant sentiment, the support for anti-labor candidates as previously stated. Specifically, leadership has said time and time again, we're gonna hold both parties accountable. We're gonna hold all politicians accountable that are anti-worker and anti-labor. And quite frankly, all I've seen, and I'm not in love with the Democrats by any means, but all I've seen is a lot of shit talking about Democrats and not holding the right wing accountable at all. We need to hold both accountable, but I'm only seeing one side getting hit at all. That being said, I want to be real clear here. Sean O'Brien does not speak for all of us as Teamsters, and if you think that, think twice, because it's just not true, and I'm here to prove that. And I do want to emphasize that what we need to do in terms of a plan to change, we need to have a plan to change the culture of all of our unions. It's not just about the Seans, any specific leader. You know, they're not the root cause of the issue. They are absolutely the perpetrators primarily right now, but they are not the root cause of the issue. In fact, the root cause of the issue has probably been around longer than some of us in this room have even been around. So we need to push back against these bad values in our unions, these values that have been around for generations, quite frankly. And we've inherited that fight, unfortunately, and we're the ones that are going to have to deal with it. So we need to do it right, and we need to engage it head on and not be afraid of it anymore. Like I've mentioned, much of how I feel has already been articulated by Teamsters Mobilize. I hope some of you will come to our meetings and see what we're all about and see that, you know, we're the folks pushing reform in this union, the reform that we desperately so need. And I want to say I'm glad that we've come together to make our union and our movements better places, because there's a lot of folks in our movement, or sorry, in our union that don't feel that we have any business doing anything out of wages, hours, and working conditions. And I'm here to tell you that that is not true, and we are pushing back against that openly and actively. Our movement is intersectional, and anybody that doesn't believe in that is a fucking traitor to the labor movement, bar none. So I want to thank the Teamsters that are in our union now and in the past who paved the road for progressive voices in our union. Their work continues through ours. There have been folks in our union that risked everything, including their lives, to make this union a more militant, democratic, and transparent union. So I just want to give acknowledgement of that, including my mentor who passed recently, Alan Barrett, who was the director of the Coors boycott in Northern California in the mid-'70s. And in the spirit of organizing, before I close, we are having a special meeting on March 2nd at 2 p.m. Pacific. Our topic's going to be No ICE Raids and Know Your Rights. It'll be on our socials, and this is keeping in line with our movement is intersectional, and anybody that doesn't believe that should not be in this movement. Thank you. Solidarity.
Thank you so much. That was an amazing speech. I'm sure we've all enjoyed our speakers so far. Our next speaker is the leader of the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru movement, political theorist and strategist who's developed the theory of African internationalism. He's traveled to over 19 countries building Black power struggles throughout Africa, Europe, and the Americas, and establishing solidarity relations with other colonized peoples' movements. He's driven the establishment of over 50 Black community economic institutions across the United States designed to free African people from the colonial mode of production. Please welcome Chairman Omali Yeshitela.
I bring you greetings of Uhuru, which means freedom in Swahili. I want to express our appreciation for the work of Kshama Sawant and those who organized this program, and I wish that I could be there with you in person today. I am Omali Yeshitela, Chairman of the African People's Socialist Party and leader of the Uhuru Movement for Worldwide African Liberation and Socialism. I began fighting the system of colonial capitalism in the 1960s. I'm still making that fight today, and we are closer than ever to winning total liberation for African and all oppressed peoples. I agree with the slogan of this conference that when we fight, we can win. We in the African People's Socialist Party and the Uhuru Movement have been fighting, and we are winning. Nearly 3 years ago, Biden's FBI violently raided 7 homes and offices of the Uhuru Movement in St. Louis, Missouri, and St. Petersburg, Florida, including my home, with flak-jacketed soldiers, laser-guided rifles, tanks, flashbang grenades, and drones. They took our phones, our computers, and our files. 9 months later, Biden's DOJ indicted me, along with 2 leaders of our party's white solidarity and reparations component, on federal charges of being agents of Russia. The so-called overt acts charged in the indictment are all expressions of what is supposed to be protected free speech. Running candidates on a reparations platform, testifying at the United Nations reparations hearings, publishing articles in our newspaper, The Burning Spear, circulating a petition charging the United States government with genocide, speaking out against the U.S. proxy war against Russia and Ukraine, exposing the fact that NATO expansion toward Russian territory provoked the war that has now taken millions of lives. They tried to lock me up for 15 years. We were offered a plea deal, but we chose to fight, and we built a popular campaign in the streets and through the independent media. We went to trial last September. The jury found us not guilty of being Russian agents, but guilty of conspiring to be Russian agents, conspiring to do something that didn't happen. We are appealing. In December, we were sentenced to 3 years probation. The judge said no prison time because everything in the indictment was protected free speech. The government knows that I don't work for Russia. They're upset because I don't work for them. I work for black people and the oppressed peoples of the world. I want to thank the many friends who are here today who supported us throughout the Uhuru 3's Fight Back campaign, including Jill Stein, who came to Tampa, Florida for the start of the trial and spoke in our defense on her campaign trail. So today we hear cries of panic and fears from many who say that fascism is coming. But the conditions they anticipate being imposed on the general population are conditions that African and indigenous people in America and colonized people around the world experience daily. We live in a country that was founded on the brutal kidnapping and enslavement of millions of African people and the genocidal war waged against the indigenous people to steal and settle their land. Worldwide capitalism was founded and continues to depend on the colonial exploitation of the peoples and resources inside of America and around the world. That system is in crisis because colonized peoples around the world are seizing this moment to recapture our human and material resources. That's why we see the global shift in the political and economic configuration of the world that is also impacting inside the United States. Today, there is an uneasy equilibrium between the dying forces of the colonial mode of production and the rising tide of anti-colonial socialism. While some see this moment as proto-fascist, we remember that the proto-fascism of the McCarthy era was disrupted by the anti-colonial struggle of the civil rights movement that kept the society open for everyone. We in the African People's Socialist Party are preparing to govern. At the same time, as we are fighting for policy changes within the current system, through campaigns for community control of the police, opposition to gentrification, and freeing political prisoners like the just released Leonard Peltier, we are creating our own ability to feed, clothe, and house our people, negating the colonial mode of production that keeps us enslaved. As an example, in our headquarters in the black community in North St. Louis, we have acquired over a dozen dilapidated properties and built a community garden, a farmer's market, a workforce housing for released prisoners, recreation facilities, and events venues. We have begun to work to build a women's health center and 2 bakery cafes in St. Petersburg, Florida. We operate an FM radio station, a food kitchen, an events venue, and publish our monthly newspaper, The Burning Spear. Indeed, when we fight, we can and do win. We look forward to working with you all and to build a world where everyone can enjoy peace, prosperity, and happiness, no one group at the expense of another. We are winning. Uhuru.
Thank you so much to Chairman Omali for sending that video of solidarity. I think showing the breadth and strength of this movement is a really important part of today, so we all leave feeling energized. And in that vein, we also have today with us Nick Cruse from the Revolutionary Blackout Network, which is a Black-led multicultural network of activists and citizen journalists focusing on empowering communities through education, organizing, and direct action. So go ahead and roll that for me, please.
What's poppin', my friends? Thank you for inviting me and allowing me to speak. It's unfortunate I wasn't able to make it. I had a lot of fun meeting you guys in Chicago and Seattle. I much prefer doing these in person, so I want to thank Kshama for giving me the opportunity to still record a video despite not making it in person. Right now, it's very important for us to stay active and stay mobilized, because we are just witnessing another pendulum swing. It's inevitable that Donald Trump will disappoint MAGA. That's just a simple fact of the situation. The capitalist class will always portray the working class, and there will be a lot of poor and working class people who will be left behind in the MAGA economy. There are a lot of people who will see Donald Trump serving Israel in the military-industrial complex, and they will feel betrayed because they thought they was voting for someone who was anti-war. That's why it's extremely important for us as a working class movement, as socialists, as people who are class conscious, to be there for the working class as they are abandoned by the ruling class. And this time right now is very interesting because we have a lot of Democrats that are going through some things right now because they are realizing that neoliberalism in the Democratic Party is inept, and liberalism is not the ideology you need to defeat Donald Trump. You need a populist movement. So when they are down, as they are questioning their political party and they are panicking, we have to be there for them and pick up the people who are disillusioned by the Democratic Party and their incompetence. There was millions of voters. Remember, 80 million people did not vote for the two-party duopoly. There was millions of people who voted for Biden who didn't vote for him the second election because of the genocide in Gaza, which is another important point, which is why we actually provide a real option for the working class. We need to provide an anti-Zionist, pro-peace, left populist movement. And this is where the Democratic Party failed, by pointing out the hypocrisies of American First, by manipulating the differences between the MAGA woke right who believe in Zionist censorship versus the MAGA influencers who are similar to Candace Owens and their followers who are starting to question Zionism. As Donald Trump continued to serve Israel, we have to be there to pick up the people who realize that Donald Trump actually doesn't stand for American First. This is why it's extremely important for us to establish that we are hostile towards the empire, that our number one priority is to end the military-industrial complex and the corruption that destabilizes the lives of Americans. And the majority of the American people are with us because, as I mentioned before, 80 million Americans did not vote for Donald Trump or Kamala Harris. And this is by design. The ruling class wants to disenfranchise well-informed, working-class people who want the best for their families. And there are many people in this country that want to hold the billionaire class accountable, that want health care for their neighbors. 1 out of 3 Republicans support Medicare for all. The majority of independents, the majority of Democrats, the majority of people support ideas such as increasing the minimum wage, of ending the never-ending wars. But the ruling class distracts them with irrelevant culture war issues, which is used to distract the working class and convince poor white people to vote against their interests regarding the Republican Party. And many people who believe that the Democratic Party has the best interest for the LGBTQ community, they vote against their interests by voting for a genocidal Zionist capitalists in the Democratic Party. So it's very crucial, and this is why I implore us to do. We have to completely reject the culture war and the liberal identity politics, which is used to distract the workers from anti-war populist movement, which is actually meant to challenge the capitalist class, which is our number one goal, because just reforming the modes of capitalism will not end the corruption and will not end the exploitation of our people. So it's very important for us to have an anti-war, anti-Zionist, socialist working class movement to challenge the working class. And something else that I want to strongly emphasize is our only push, our biggest push for electoralism should be via ballot initiatives. In the last election, when the American people, including the extremely deep-red state of Missouri, decided to vote for Donald Trump, they also voted for an increase of the minimum wage. They voted for affordable housing. They voted for economic populism over and over again in Missouri. So whenever the American people have a chance to choose, they would choose things like a Medicaid expansion, like Missouri voted for. Now we have the Missouri governor who wants to override the will of the voters because we live in an authoritarian hellscape where there's no way that the people can actually express their will on the government except via ballot initiatives where we have to force their hand like what is happening in Missouri. So if you don't have ballot initiatives, that should be your primary focus. And I am meaning a very small percent being spent on electoralism. We need to spend our time being there for our communities, organizing for the working class and the poor, standing in solidarity with our Palestinian brothers and sisters, and advocating for an end of nuclear war. That should be our primary focus. I appreciate you guys for inviting me on, and I hope you guys are willing to work with us at Revolutionary Blackout as we continue to expand our mutual aid organization and mutual aid societies among the left. So thank you, Kshama and Workers Strike Back, for inviting me once again. Thank you guys and have a great rest of your conference.
Thank you so much to Nick Cruse and RBN. I think, all these folks who had to send videos, also for me, really underscores the sacrifice that everyone who's here in person really made, because we know we don't take for granted the time, the energy, the resources to travel. So we appreciate people who are able to send these solidarity messages. We now have actually a hybrid contribution. So we've got one person in person and one video from Due Dissidence. I think maybe we could get Russell to come up here for when we're doing Keaton so that you can have it sort of side by side. You're probably used to that. But yeah, I think Due Dissidence, they weren't on my radar ahead of this election. And then they took a singly just incredible, strong position. They joined us out in Chicago at the DNC. And we've just been, fighting alongside ever since. And we're really proud to have them here. So yeah, I think you're up first, and then we have Keaton's message. So yeah, welcome, Russell.
People keep asking me where Keaton is. I'm like, Keaton won't go to Connecticut, much less Seattle. Forget about it. I always think of the line in The Godfather. Hey, he could have had his own family. You couldn't get him out of that one meal town. All right, this is going to be maybe not the best opening of a speech today, but it's definitely going to be the dorkiest opening that you're going to hear. The great science fiction writer Frank Herbert, told you, opens his masterpiece with the line, "A beginning is the time for taking the most delicate care that the balances are correct." Why are beginnings delicate? Because they are by their nature unmoored and rootless. Any small thing can destroy an effort at its beginning, whether a novel, a business, a resolution, or a political party. Any distraction, any conflict, any loss of momentum, and it can all evaporate very quickly. Add to that the reality that we must face from this beginning so that we do not, as Kshama might say, make illusions. The left is more broken on every level, from the cultural to the intellectual to the spiritual, than it has ever been in my lifetime, and arguably than it has ever been in this country. That is partly through self-inflicted wounds and partly a result of external pressure, sometimes exerted through the kind of infiltration and psychological operations that we now know for certain USAID, NED, the IRI, and many others have been running overseas for decades. It would be naive to think they haven't been running the same kinds of operations here at home. And when we look at the state of the left, we must offer some grudging admiration for the effectiveness of their efforts. We saw the end result of those efforts recently when the DNC offered content creators a cash bonanza by streaming their race for a new chair. The high comedy of this pure distillation of the essence of what the Democratic Party has been reduced to by its Wall Street owners working in tandem with an activist wing that is only allowed to exist precisely because it is ridiculous and ineffective at advocating even for the narrow identitarian issues that are the only issues allowed them by the party's donor class. It was as clear a lesson for activists as Ozymandias in the desert. This once great and powerful political party brought low and yet still there sticking up out of the sands of its own destruction to beg for money. Look on my works, ye mighty, and write a check. This was the final outcome of the Frankenstein's monster experiment of stitching together disparate elements of the civil rights movement, running them through a blender of tortured postmodernism, elevating obscure crackpot academics as spokespeople for the truly repulsive, zero-sum, all against all vision of society that came out the other side, and telling people this was what the left was all about. Not solidarity, identity. Not class, not the hard realities of material conditions. Instead, these ideas were replaced by a secular theology, with the villains often being the workers themselves, who hadn't been educated in the new jargon, and who not only didn't accept and embrace every new sexual and intellectual fetish of the ruling class, but often had the temerity to openly question them. As it turns out, polyamory is not a politics, and the hunt for microaggressions is no substitute for the hunt for better wages and free health care. And so the Democrats have not only fallen, hollowed out from the inside by the same narcissists and neurotics they let in to explain the purpose of their continued existence as a party after they sold out their old working class base. They have turned over the country to a re-energized Christian right that's going to end up making the Reagan Revolution look like Woodstock. This is where we are, and it should serve as a cautionary tale for any who are going to attempt to recover the lost power and reputation of the left. A political movement can survive hatred and hostility, but one thing it cannot survive is the perception that it is ridiculous. And by mistaking the need for tolerance with the need for indulgence, by confusing the mission of helping victims with the celebration of victimhood, by treating strength as a vice and incapacity as a virtue, not only the establishment left, but a good portion of the activist left has come to make itself look ridiculous. Any movement that indulges these ideas will end up being an enormous waste of time and money for all involved. The first person who wants to form a sub-caucus that has nothing to do with improving conditions for all workers should be, if not canceled and rejected, lest we become the same censorious prigs we condemn, given a firm talking to and a very clear and unambiguous refusal so that the organization doesn't end up like the DNC or the DSA or countless other attempts at focusing the energies of the left, devoured from within by people whose only purpose is to divide and weaken. For a left that's gone 40 some odd years without a serious union presence in its councils or any real connection to laborers and tradesmen who may not think the way they do on every issue, repairing that relationship and reestablishing that connection is going to take a lot of humility and a serious course correction. This weekend, there is an opportunity to create a new vision that begins to repair the damage done by the Clinton ascendancy and the neoliberal politics it ushered in. We are fortunate to have so many talented people join in to help, including our many peers in the indie media space who have come together today to both appear on the live stream and to create a collective super stream of the event. And to lead the way forward, we couldn't have a better person than Kshama, who is that rarest of things in this foul year of our Lord 2025, a leftist that wins things. As one of our viewers recently said, Kshama is ride or die. She has won tangible victories for workers against the corrupt Democrats and the oligarchy they serve. Kshama has beaten the Leviathan that is Amazon, both imposing a local tax and the first $15 minimum wage in the country. And how did she do it? By inviting everyone into the tent, without elevating or denigrating any below or above the others. That is how you win over workers. That is how you build solidarity. That is how you create an alternative in waiting for the moment when the foot soldiers of the MAGA movement, who need to pay rent, see a doctor, take a plane, or collect Social Security like everybody else, come to realize that tech bro billionaires were never coming to save them, only to preside over their final destruction as a class and to dismantle what meager protections they had left from the greed of their own. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Keaton Weiss from Due Dissidence. I'd have loved to have bought a plane ticket and flown out to be there in person, but for some reason my USAID check hasn't cleared this month. I called the Treasury Department to see what the issue could be, but no one answered. Instead, I got an automated message telling me that they're experiencing unusually high call volumes and that there were 328 white South African farmers ahead of me in the queue. So I never did get to the bottom of it, but in any event, it's a great pleasure to be able to address this conference. Back in May of 2021, during the brief but brutal to endure honeymoon period of the Biden administration, I struggled with how to, or even whether to, continue to engage politically. It was a very strange time when the country, coming out of the COVID lockdown,